Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you've got your volume to the max because we are going to be having some ridiculously good games today. Welcome back to your third installment of the Gameathlon Road to Athens. This is playoff number 3. We're in the semifinals here. We're in the semifinals, and I have to say, this simply put, might be the most exciting matchup in terms of clash of styles that we've ever seen. Let's jump over to the head-to-head and talk about why that might be. Off we go. Dun, 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 dun. Well, there you go. Magic and Mosca have matched up once, but it was literally over a year ago. So much has changed. Clash of Immortals was a completely different kettle of fish. Magic got the best of Mosca there, but the styles between these two players, they are so similar. Magic, fundamental, loves to play the late game. He's looking for any edge that he possibly can get, but he's also happy to sit back and let the game come to him. Mosca the same. This is literally anyone's series today. Mosca's been playing incredible. Magic's been having a lot of trouble. It's the first time he's got to the semifinals for this playoff series. So he's obviously got the potential. I've been hearing lots of good things. He's got the potential. But can he deliver when it matters most, which is in tournament? Let's jump over to the draft and see what gods we're going to be seeing today for this Clash of Titans. The soundtrack for this game just slaps. I tell you what. Okay, Mosca. He simply just bans out the Aztecs. Magic just bans out the Japanese. And then we have a draft. A very, very interesting start to the draft, to be completely honest. Mosca does pick up the Amaterasu straight away, and then Magic grabs his tried and true Gaia and Frere. Bit of an interesting pick here on the Frere so quickly, so soon, but that's the way that Magic's gone. He obviously wants that Frere for the Budapest map. He's been very consistent with that. Mosca then grabs himself Zeus and Poseidon. Mosca's Poseidon has been unkillable thus far. He has not dropped a game on Poseidon, and he's been getting target banned a lot. Magic feels like he has what it takes to take that Poseidon out. We will have to wait and see, ladies and gentlemen. Magic then takes the Fushi and the Uranus. Then we've got the Tezcatlipoca set from Mosca. Mosca, he is riding that line. I think a lot of the top players aren't really enjoying the Egyptians at the moment. I know Magic's not. Magic, he's not like the Egyptians since the launch. But Mosca, I think Mosca values them really highly. He's been having a lot of success with the Egyptians through this tournament. But maybe, just maybe, here is where that's going to come to an end. We'll have to wait and see, because the first game is going to be Set versus Uranus on Step. It's a good set map, lots of boars to get grabbed, and all the other good stuff that comes from that. But ladies and gentlemen, I hope you've got yourself tuckered up with a whole bunch of snacks, with a whole bunch of yummy beverage, because this is going to be a big series. It's going to have everything in it. Let's get in, see what round number 1 is going to look like. Let's jump into the map Step, Uranus versus Set. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen. This is playoff number 3 of the Gameathlon Road to Athens here in the top of the map. A favorite to make it to Athens. Most people probably a little bit surprised that he hasn't qualified already. This is one of the most consistent top 3 finishes in recent Age of Mythology history. Top 3 should mean that he is already qualified, because we've already seen 5 players that have qualified. Is today Mosca's chance? Will he be able to perform here? That's the big question. His opponent today, one of the GOATs of AOM, hasn't been playing a huge amount of tournaments recently, but he's back and he's been training, and to be honest, he is in fine form. From what everyone tells me, Magic here has been winning a lot of his practice games. He's been having a lot of success. He knows what he wants to play. He knows how he wants to play. And if Magic gets to play his own game, he's going to have a lot of success. And here's the thing. The clash of styles between these two players, there's nothing in it. They love playing the same way. But does Mosca have that ability to take Magic out where he's the strongest? For those of you who don't know, Magic was arguably the best deathmatch player in Age of Mythology history. Little known fact is deathmatch isn't the most competitive or the most popular of game modes in Age of Mythology, but he was one of the best, if not the best. So if this does go late game, well, you're playing right into Magic's strength. Relics have already been claimed as Magic picks up Tarawara Potter's last arrow. Important to take this one away because this can push those almighty, super duper strong, uncounterable Dark Slingers from 0.5 divine damage up to 0.7 divine damage. So nice pick there from Magic. It's also going to make his Terma a little bit stronger, his Caraballister a little bit stronger, and his Arcus a little bit stronger. Mayakul's Magay up onto the top here as well. That one looks like it's going to be getting taken as well. Always nice. And we'll see how this game is going to go, because this map, to be completely honest, I don't know if I would pick Uranus on this map in tournament very often. Set has to feel pretty good here. If Magic doesn't know how to play this matchup, it can get really, really tricky really, really fast. Military barracks coming up for Magic, ×2. Why do I say it can get tricky really, really fast? Well, you basically need to make sure you get up to C tier, and you need to make sure that you haven't given away complete map control to the set either. Otherwise, you get gold starved. Visions non-stop are going to be able to shut down the Sky Passage, Obelisk everywhere. The tried and true style of the Mister still lives on with Egyptian to this day, and it's a perfect map for that style, as Mosca is going to place all of his houses up to the top, looking to lock this position off. And we will see the bite of the shark coming through for Magic, as mana's coming down, counter barracks coming in, and Magic smartly comes forward to start eating his secondary hunt here. This is something I bring up quite a bit in the Norse versus Egyptian matchup, but there really isn't a gigantic weakness super early on here against Egyptian. If you sit back and you just jump onto chickens, you jump onto berries, then, well, your opponent is getting value without putting any pressure onto the map. So Magic already out here, and he is sitting forward. He's getting that scout in, making sure that he sees everything. Axemen are coming out very, very quickly here as Magic, well, he is going to be going into Caraballister at the moment. Now, the most important thing here when playing as Uranus with Caraballister at the helm is to ensure that you are using Sky Passages. Unlike Gaia, unlike Kronos, the Caraballister can only garrison into a Sky Passage. And being able to garrison micro, the Caraballister is an insane survivability boost and all that other good stuff as Magic coming through, looking for a little bit of damage here. The Axemen do shoo him away as the Obelisk spammage is now going to start. We do see this these slingers coming through, as well as Scalloped Axe to boost up these Axemen. But to be honest, this is actually what you want here as the Uranus. You want to see Axemen, you want to see Slinger, because then you get full value out of things like Chaos, Satyrs. They're low HP, low Pierce Armor. Of course, the Slinger does have somewhat decent Pierce Armor, but it's such low HP that it almost doesn't matter. But we'll see which way Magic wants to play here, as he is looking for a little bit of pressure. He doesn't want to take a fight just yet. Of course, he does have the Shockwave and the Carnivora. If you drop those down, though, Mosca might just say, all right, time to Shifting Sands away here. More Citizen popping out. Caraballis is slowly coming through, and Mosca pre-queues out the segment. You obviously don't want to get stuck in this classical age, but the pre-queue of the segment is just a little ways away. Still has a little bit of food, a little bit of gold to come through. Magic also slowly building units up, and he does sneak up to the top position here with this Sky Passage. There's an Obelisk coming in, so it's going to be spotted, but Magic doesn't need to do anything here. Especially with Mosca not really spamming units out super hard. Also, Sky Passage on the left side, as the blue units, well, they're starting to take the map control. They're starting to get all of that vision. Magic has basically claimed what he needs to get a Heroic Age off, and he will be getting himself to Hyperion, and he will be in a good position to actually fight this Mosca army. Meanwhile, here comes the medium slingers, also comes the copper weapons. This is slowing down the Heroic Age of Mosca. As the priest comes through, we'll see these villagers over here. This priest will see these villagers over here. How do you deal with both? You can't split up and kill the left one and the right one at the same time, because the units pop through and they kill you. And now we're seeing Thea from Magic. This is not the stock standard approach here. I saw this from Garneth as well versus B, when B was playing Ra. Slightly different matchup, but a similar concept. He's going Thea. No Hyperion, no Chaos, no Satyr. I can't say I'm a huge fan of this. I cannot say I'm a huge fan of this. But he will have himself a really nice transition into Contarius. And Contarius are going to be incredibly powerful versus this specific army as well. Though I have to imagine that Mosca, as soon as he sees Thea, he is simply put just going to start spamming out Spearmen. Murmillos looking for the value as they come in onto this hunt. We do see Mosca making his way into the middle of the map here, as the Murmillos do have to clean up the obelisk. They are alerting Mosca to the possible presence of a Murmillo raid over onto this gold mine, but of course Magic doesn't know that this is here, so he's not going to be able to go and hit that just yet. And in comes the Thea, in comes the Poseidon Secret, Heavy Cavalry, and Lance of Stone. So it's incredibly clear what Magic wants here, as the gold mine slowly starting to get taken out. We do see that Magic is trying to get himself the gold over onto the left side. Sky Passage coming over onto here as well. The obelisk will spot this. This is going to allow Magic yet again to have two potential positions to grab. So if Mosca wants to put pressure on and try and take out a Sky Passage on the left, well, then the units move over onto the right, and so on and so forth. Though we do see Magic actually pulling back from that side. A little bit interesting. I would have liked to see him just throw the Sky Passage up, but nonetheless, now the Contarius are on the way, and we do see, of course, Leather Frame Shield, Spearmen, and all the other good stuff. As the one sort of important thing to remember here, inside of this Thea approach, from what I learned from the Garneth versus B situation, was don't go too soon with the heavy Contarius. Don't take the fight too soon. Why? Well, you're just going to lose it. But if you get to full pop, bit of a different story. And at the moment, population is quite close. Spearmen coming in. Now, of course, with some really good Caraballas to control as well, and obviously the Contarius and everything else, this is going to be a tough fight for both players to actually control. As we do see Slings of the Sun, Spearman also on the way, Contarius just shutting down the vision, and you can see that a once fully controlled map is controlled no more, as the Contarius looking for any little bits of information, sees the Spearman, and coming around onto this side, as we also got ballistics to come through from Magic, does increase the effectiveness of those Caraballista considerably. But so far, a very, very calm, collected, composed game. Neither player really wanting to take a fight. Mosca looking... I mean, there is a play with the Shifting Sands Scarab attack, but I don't know. I don't even think that Mosca is going to be hitting full population here. Magic says it is time to take the fight. This is a little bit preemptive, if you ask me, but with the Shockwave onto the backside and the Caraballas to take that front line out, those Caraballas are getting a lot of value, though the Slingers now are taking them down. Magic goes for the micro himself as that front line is melting. It's looking like there's a slight advantage for Magic here, but the units hitting the Scarab, that's not what you want. All the Caraballas to fall, and Magic needs to pull back. A close fight, but a one fight from Mosca, you have to say, because that was double God Power was utilized. Now Mosca can look for Shifting Sands plays. He's got the vision and the healing here as well. And Magic will pull back. More Caraballas are on the way. Now, if you take a look at the actual range here, it's 18 range for the Slingers. Funnily enough, that Shockwave that Magic put down there sent the Slingers closer to the Caraballister and allowed Mosca to actually take them out. If he actually sent them further back with the Shockwave, he probably would have had a better fight there. Nonetheless, Magic is going to be hunting villagers right now. He's got the speed advantage. 6.3 here as he charges through. The villagers over onto this left side. They've got a bail. Really, really nice amount of pressure. I don't know if Magic is going to get a whole lot of value here. He might get a pick, but any type of idle time is always good. And the Magic population is slowly starting to pick up as a town center will be the option over onto the left side. Sky Passage getting targeted down. That's so risky to have such a few amount of units to attack that, because you can just pop through the Sky Passage and be fine here and actually pick those units off incredibly quickly. Spearman coming in to hit this position. Behind this, we do see a Horus on the way as the Contarius now in, and those Spearmen are going to be taken out. So this Horus is incredibly risky from Mosca, but he's looking to be... I don't even know if he's actually going for it or if he's going to keep pumping units. Magic on 2 TCs, trying to get a full army out. The thing is, if, and it's a big if Mosca can get the Mythic Age off and Magic keeps spamming, well, that's advantage Mosca, because he's going to be able to kill off that army with relative ease. As in comes the units into the Sky Passage, the Spearman over here will get dove onto. Caraballas is in. Lots of picks. This is a dangerous move from Mosca. He loses a lot of units there. Contarius finish off the Spearman on that bottom side as well. And this town center from Magic, I mean, he does not want to invest in it. He doesn't even, I don't think he even wants the town center, so to speak. He just wants it, but with a very, very, the least amount of resources spent, which is one villager building it, by the way. If you only put one villager on a town center, you save a lot of resources in gather time. But of course, the town center comes up later. And I don't think that Magic even cares about the citizens. He just wants a full population army and probably some destroyers. As now, in comes the Horus. And this is incredibly scary if you are Magic. One very, very good counter here would be to be rushing for Helios. Once the tornado comes down, you simply Vortex away as the Contarius coming in looking for a handful of raids. Great control from Mosca, and Magic very smartly says, no, I don't want to trade HP or Contarius for potential villager kills here. Keep everything alive. Does he have destroyers out? Yes, he does. Sticking it out in this heroic age. He absolutely needs to put the pressure on. Ever since early Retold, Horus has been an incredible tool versus the Atlanteans. As in comes the units. There goes that shockwave, trying to pick off as much stuff as he possibly can. There's only a handful of these ranged units as well, so the potential for that tornado to get mass damage done, it's not that much. That being said, one other counter to the Mythic Age timings and things like that is to just go 3 town centers, get a big amount of resources. The Kyriballists are attacking villages, unfortunately, over there. Priest going after the Stymphalian Bird. Good micro from Magic there as well, as the army charging in onto this position, trying to get as much value as they possibly can. Horus is about to hit here as the villagers will be pulling back. Magic gets a big win on the fight, but he does need to retreat. And there goes the vision. In comes the Horus. There goes the tornado. Magic splits, but he loses a ton of units here. But he does manage to get out. He needs to get himself out of Caladria and start looking to heal everything. Behind this, one saving grace for Magic is there's only 37 favor in the bank, which does mean only one of these incredibly powerful Horus upgrades will be coming through. Up onto the top side, Palace coming in from Magic. And Mosca, he is looking to charge forward. We do have one Caladria in to heal up these very low HP units. But Magic's got a Palace. He's kind of okay. He does need to make heroes to deal with the Avenger. That's going to tear up this army. Of course, it's not super hard to build them, but he needs to spend everything on military for the time being. This Palace, just a handful of seconds remaining on that one as he will be pulling his units back. Not making a hero here, actually, as he says, I can just kill off that Avenger. Nice ghost building there as well. With the Stymphalian Bird, actually, he doesn't even need a hero, as a big amount of damage will come through from that Avenger. That's over 1,000 damage from that Avenger there. Siege works up now. It's 82 villagers to 58, though. Up onto this position, though, Mosca is hitting a raid, as the citizens will pull through. They can pop over onto this gold mine. No problems. Magic looking to make a push up onto the top side. Remember, there is still Mythic Age power spike for Magic remaining here as the Stymphalian Bird comes in. A little bit of damage onto these units. And Magic looking for so much pressure at the moment. I feel like he should be just enjoying his upgrades. He's going after the town center. Axeman coming through there as the units get pulled back. This is not the best of fights for Magic, but he is getting a lot of damage onto the backside. There goes the Pharaoh getting taken down. Town center, 400 HP remaining. Shockwave does get dropped. Magic will be able to take out the town center, but Mosca wins the fight super hard here. And this will allow Magic to keep that villager lead going for just a little bit longer. But this also means now, well, Magic is stuck in this heroic age for even longer. Mosca has the town center on the left side as well. Well, it's not that big of a... It's really not that big of an advantage for Magic at the moment. Magic as well having some issues on the gold income as the Dryads will be coming through. Esperid's trees slowly making their way in, as well as the Alice slowly dissipating. Another Sky Passage up onto this position just for the safety's sake. You can pull up onto the gold mine, mine that all out. Still kind of close. Remember, if this army falls, which you possibly can do with the right unit comp here. Well, Mosca falls behind in a big way. He's trying to push forward slowly with the catapult, looking for raids into the main base. One villager gets taken out. Of course, the units can pop through this sky passage and defend as the citizens will garrison. A couple of dryads are in, and they heal up underneath the Hesperid's trees too as well. So not the best of fights to take there as the palace goes down and Magic needs to pull back ever so slightly. Now we have champion spearmen coming through. We have bronze weapons coming through. All the upgrades are in with the exception of the axemen. I already said it once, but this is one of the more scary times to be alive here versus Set. When Set has Horus and you don't have any AoE damage dealing myth units like the Satyr, it's very, very tough to take out this army. But Magic says it is time to go again. Carnivora will get dropped down. Units here need to be focus firing onto the slingers at the back there. Dryad's going to be doing a lot here to tank up as those priests, they need to work really hard to take down all the Dryads. The shoot and scoop micro from Mosca looking very, very good. No shockwave for just a little bit longer as the army from Magic looks to be actually taking the win on this fight ever so slightly as Mosca is in full shoot and scoot mode. 180 pop to 180 pop though, as I don't know if he can continue to chase this forward. There goes the Shockwave, though. That's a 50 favor costing Shockwave. And Magic's only got 3 Oracles behind him for the moment. Priest taking out the Stymphalian Bird. Good micro yet again from Magic to keep that all alive as the Contarius trying to get onto that back line. Destroyers will tank forever versus these Spearmen versus these Slingers, but the Axemen do take them out very, very quickly. Ladria gets taken down there from the Priest as well. More units to come through. Contarius, Murmillo. Mosca is struggling a little bit on the resource. He got plenty of wood, plenty of food income, but the gold situation is a little bit on the low side. He just bought 7 priests as the pressure just continues to come through from Magic. Over onto this side, we see villagers coming in, going to be trying to take something else on the front here as the Stymphalian Bird goes down. Magic needs to pull back, and Mosca has held him at bay for the time being. And the big issue for Magic right now is how does he get through the Spearman with his Super Contarius to take out those Slingers? Of course, the Shockwave is an option, but it's so expensive at the moment. The better option here, with no doubt in my mind, would be utilize the speed of the Contarius. This is the big weakness of these Spearmen. It's not even that big of a weakness. They're moving at 5.8 speed. Use the speed of the Contarius, get the units out of position, then take that big fight, just like he's going for right now. Heavy archers on the way. Magic cannot take the fight over here. Those Spearmen will clean everything as the Destroyers come through yet again to try and take out this town center. Mosca's grabbing the town center on the left, however. There's a lot of priests are now in. You've got to be careful with the Dryads. Don't want to send them in to start tanking the priest. They are just as valuable as a Stymphalian Bird in terms of where you want to position them, and they will die very quickly to this amount of priest. The Destroyers will, however, manage to take out the town center, but after this, Mosca remains with an incredible advantage in this game. Town center on the left from Mosca. Contarius right into the main base. Helios now finally coming through. Another option here for Magic is to get the Hecagigantes out. They're expensive though. You need to get a lot of oracles. There's a lot of priests here you need to trim down as well. But if you build this amount of priests, that's a lot, and there's no myth units in the army, well, all of a sudden, the next push from Magic is going to be really, really strong. Catapult, sieging down the palace here. Mosca, he's now ready to start getting these walls up as the Citizen. Big sneak here, but Mosca does notice it. Anytime you get off one cheeky sneak with the Citizen, you can get the Sky Passage set up. Always is brutal. But Mosca very much on top of things here. Now the champion axeman is coming in. Now the fortified town centers is coming through, and this is going to be a near insurmountable task for Magic to beat an army that is going to be 260 population. Is that how much it is? 245, 260? I think it might be 270 population. Magic does make a big push over onto this left side. Villagers over here, they can abandon. They can come onto this sky passage, grab this gold mine. Destroyers take down the town center here very quickly, even with fortified town centers. Takes them down very, very quickly. But Mosca surely has... Well, he's only got 3 axemen. If he had a bunch more axemen, he'd be able to take the buildings down a lot faster. He's got himself the bonus versus buildings here, as the sky passage does end up falling. Spearman charging it onto this spot as Magic dropping citizens very, very quickly up onto the top position. Trying to take the villagers out here. Nice find, preventing the Migdal stronghold from coming up, as Magic now says, time for another town center. That is one big win to get that back in, as in comes onto the backside now, the Vortex to take out the back town center. There is a shifting sands here, however, for Mosca if he wants to use it. But he can just take the town center out first and potentially get over there. I don't think he's going to win on that trade there. Maybe he does win. It's close, but doesn't really matter. Some citizens getting cleaned up underneath the town center, as well as the Spearmen wrecking havoc over here. But the same too is true for Mosca. 88 villagers to 82. Another villager going down as these villagers very angry at being disturbed. Hecagigantes in queue for the time being, but he has to deal with those priests first and foremost. Palace going down left, right, and center. Villagers over here. Both players going to be sharing the gold mine for just a little bit, as this fortress will go down. Gold mine situation here, however. 1, 2, 3 on this side. 4 on this side. Not really a whole lot on this side, as the villagers going after this side. You do see the Center Manus sacrificing its life here, as in comes the Vortex from Magic. Can he win this or not? In comes the shifting sands, as the Spearmen will be on top of these units. There's so many Archers here. Dryads getting a lot of value as the priests get sent packing. Destroyers doing everything they possibly can to tank up versus those slingers. Mosca trying to shoot and scoot forward. That Cairo Ballista is doing God's work for Magic right now, as Mosca, he is getting gold starved. He's got no gold remaining. The Destroyer is going after the Migdal stronghold somehow, some way. Magic is making this work here with pure chaos. He's got full map control with the sky passages on the left. Another sky passage over onto this side, as well as the villagers for Mosca coming back into the middle towns, and a Destroyer is going to clean up this Migdal. Magic needs to be careful here. He does not need to overcommit here. He's losing population. He just needs to hold the gold mine situation, but he doesn't know that. Mosca is now at 0 gold. He can sell for a little bit. He doesn't have a market set up. Well, he's got 3 markets, excuse me, but no trade route set up here. Over onto this left side will come the raids. There will be another Vortex available for Magic, but he just threw away his army going after the kill here, when he should have just taken the small lead and continued to hold the gold mines. Migdal stronghold for Mosca will stand here, as now the priest numbers are back to not so many. You can go back into those myth units now. There's a lot of favor in the bank. Magic has lost a lot of military buildings, as well as some random Spearman raids will cause some issues. Contarius on the back will end up going down from the Shanky Shanks. It's the town center on this side about to come back up. Another vision coming through from Mosca, as Mosca looking to potentially take this gold mine back for himself. Mining this gold mine out first. Town center gets denied. Magic pulling back. He's got a lot of units in queue here. As in comes the Vortex. Where is he going? Up onto this side. Wants to take a little bit of an advantage here, but immediately Mosca says, give me this town center. And if he secures this and sets his trade route up onto this side, I think that's probably the better deal than going for this left side. He does delete those markets for the time being. comes the catapult to try and take out the fortified town center. And Magic just a little bit too far behind here, it looks like. Still trying to get himself the units out. Losing this town center means not enough population to really take a significant fight. He will drop down to 185. Citizen falling as well. No farms to be getting grabbed. Another Center Manus on the way. Another engagement with a Vortex isn't really an option either while building those units. And potentially one last ditch effort for Magic to take a fight. He's losing Manus as well. 94 citizens to 85 villagers. It's close where that's concerned. And the market's getting set up on the corner here for Mosca. He's also getting himself his coinage tech. There goes the big Center Manus, sending everyone back here as the Contarius trying to get through on top of the Slingers. Dryads tanking it up as the Center Manus are going to be the answer for those Spearmen, but there's just too much army now for Mosca. He's at 270 population, and Mosca holds on. And did I not tell you that these games are going to be the tightest of margins? This was definitely winnable from Magic. He got this big lead here into a potential gold staff and went full send instead of sitting back on the gold palace map control and continuing the chaos. The chaos was what was working for him. Pushing underneath this position non-stop was not, and that's where he fell behind as well. Consistently trying to make that value there. It's just not the play. And I think I have to leave this game for the second time with a big question mark. If your opponent goes for Ptah and Sekhmet and you choose Thea, I don't know what's going on. I need Satyr versus this. Satyr are the hard unit to deal with for set. And Chaos as well for that for that to be said too. But a well-played game from Mosca. He has yet again got away with it with his set. Let's jump back into the drafting menu and see what's going to happen. Alrighty. Looks like we are going to be seeing Budapest next. And this time it will be a Zeus versus Ferrer matchup. I mean, I think the other thing here is Magic went for that early fight. I said it in the game as well. You want to wait. You want to wait for 175 pop if you're playing one town center there versus the Egyptian, because the Egyptian army is just, you see it every time there was a full pop fight. It's a big advantage for the Uranus. But Magic's first push, he went at like 140 pop or something, and he almost won it. So imagine if he just had a little bit more patience on that push. But anyways. All right. So our next matchup for the day is Zeus versus Frere on Budapest. Zeus versus Frere on Budapest. I don't think I've seen this one. A lot of players have been playing a lot of players have been playing like Hades. We've seen Kronos here. Maybe we can see Demeter here. Mosca has been really loving the Zeus on this map. And I do think Zeus is very scary on this map because you get the big food boost, which allows you to afford the Hydra. Only issue is a big bronze push is simply met with Ghoul and Bursty Tempest. So you got to be careful where that's concerned. So I do wonder if an idea of just having ceasefire in the back of your hand in this matchup might be the better way for Mosca to approach it. So you forego the Athena such that you have ceasefire to deal with Tempest, which then allows you to basically take Tempest, Ghoul, and Bursty off the table. But you also will have no bronze because you can't click that. So you're playing without god powers, which might make some sense. That being said, Restoration Bronze is such a staple for the Zeus players in this day and age that it's tough to say no to it. Nonetheless, guys, it is time for Budapest. It's time for Zeus versus Freya. Let's jump into it. And off we go. Right side of the map, the Zeus of Mosca. Left side of map, the Freya of Magic. Mosca opens up kind of nice here. Nicely, I should say, to Magic. He goes Doc on the left and a Doc at home. Now, we have been seeing a lot of great players going forward Doc on both sides, which you can't really compete with as Freya. You can see that the wood just isn't there. The fishing ships will come out first for the Zeus, and you can claim the majority of fishing ships. But in this case, well, now Magic, he can wander over onto this side and grab this fish if he wants to, but it is a risk. He's come back into his main base, and I think he just wants to get the safety fish first, and it doesn't really matter. He can look to put pressure on and do all the good stuff where that's concerned. All right, let's take a little look-see at the relics and see if there's going to be anything of importance. Bridal of Pegasus, literally always nice, especially if you're playing as Norse, because you're going to have that Pegasus to just see what your opponent's doing, where you normally struggle for line of sight, especially with Freya. Over onto this side, Pygmalion statue, another huge relic actually for Magic. Definitely want to pick that one up. Over onto this side, scales of a Catoplopas. With that damage vulnerability to pierce minus 15%, can kind of make Dodie even worse than they already are. Shout out to Soup. Up onto this side, we have the Hecate's Torch. This one could be really nice actually for Mosca. Yes, you probably want to build Hydra, but once you get to full population, and here's where Zeus gets really scary. And one of the reasons why the Athena, Dionysus, Hera on this map in the late game is so scary. You can get to 235 pop of fully upgraded Hydra or Minotaur, maybe even also adding in Medusa, and then also get the favor for another restoration or another bronze. Well, all of a sudden, you've got an unkillable army that doesn't care about anything and can just push right through everything and just kill it. That's going to be something that Mosca is going to be aiming for. Where I think a lot of players would go, oh, Freya just wins the late game. I don't think that's true with the right approach from Zeus, especially mixing in things like Myrmidon, mixing in things like Toxotes and Peltast, and also potentially some other types of like a Paspist and Hippias as well could be units that are worth building there. But whether or not this game goes hyper late game or not, time will tell. As the dot comes down from Mosca, he's going to be claiming this bottom side as well, as it ends up being a very, very shared food situation on the left side. A shared fish situation on the left side, but Mosca is getting the entirety of this right position, and I think that Magic, he has to look for basically some early pressure to win the top fish for himself. I think that's what he's going to be going for. We will be seeing Ulla. No surprises there. On the side of Mosca, he's now only just getting his temple up, but his food is coming through. A really, really nice build, as you would expect from Mosca. He is one of the best. A little bit late on the temple, actually. And in comes the Hermes. No, I called it right. You non-believers. You non-believers. You naysayers. I don't know if anyone said that or not. I didn't look at the chat, but I do like the idea of Hermes in this matchup. 1, center are good here. 2, Hippias angles as well start to open up because throw and axemen are a bit of an issue. 3, ceasefire for Gullimbursty, ceasefire for Tempest. Takes away a lot of the potential security that Frere has. But Ulla is in, and we'll see what Magic is going to do as a response to all of this. Because this is probably a very different Zeus than he's ever seen before. Not really. I mean, we have seen things like Hoplite Center on land maps against Greek since, I think, the early 2020s, if not even before then. As we will see over onto this side, Magic actually decides to attack the bottom fish rather than the top fish. Sending his Draugr in. We do see Longhouse, Temple for Hersa into the main base. It's going to be Military Academy from Mosca as the Centaur and the Jason will be making their way over. A little bit of a risk there for Magic. I don't like the idea of just throwing away this Draugr to a Jason. And of course, the Jason is going to be coming through, but Magic with the Sixth Sense, he does pull back, staying away. There comes the Jason, and he will have to start his run. Of course, the longboat can pick this up. Little known fact, 5 units can come into this. So if he really wants to keep it alive, he absolutely can. Now I got the Dreki coming through from Magic. Juggernaut. A little bit of harassment over onto that side. And where to next? And it will be Hoplite Centaur for Mosca. This is a scary comp without question. You want Throwing Axiom to kill off the Hoplites. You want Hersa to kill off the Centaur. You want Goaty that you don't have access to. What's the actual answer? Well, the actual answer, as far as I'm concerned, is Draugr. You need to be building Draugr here as Frere. But will Magic know that? Is the big question. Both the heroes are out. You have to be careful with it. He's going to look to charge forward and take this fight, but 2 Centaur, a little bit too scary for him as the Hersa charge after them. Hoplite's going to need to clip those Hersa as well. Nice collapse there as he does get in, and you cannot beat the Centaur here with Berserks. You don't have Odin, you don't have the speedy Hamask Berserks. In comes the fight yet again. Hersa trying to get through. Hoplite control from Mosca. Incredibly strong there, and Magic just not able to do much here as this Draugr are getting very luckily kept alive. Like I said, now he's got some favor. It is time to get those Draugr out. Draugr can hit from range. You can play behind walls. The one thing you don't want to do is over-fight here. You want to stay behind walls. If you go and over-fight, then yes, the Heracles will be an issue. Magic looking to come up to the top side, potentially looking for a Asgardian hill fort. Does drop that down. Does Mosca have any idea where this might be? Doc getting taken down on the bottom side. Up to the top side, Magic not looking to finish the hill fort up. I don't think he can hold the position if this gets scouted. Throwing Axeman sitting on this position as well is very, very scary. The Draugr here will end up getting sniped as Magic just isn't paying attention here. trying to keep his throwing axemen alive, pulling them down. In comes the Ghoul and Bursty. And of course, Mosca should know that he does not need to drop ceasefire. He could, and then he can just get the favor in for another ceasefire later to deal with Tempest. But that is exactly what Mosca wants to see. Pull back into his main base, sit back, relax, enjoy. That being said, Magic has now claimed the dock on the top, with the fish on the top. Does have his upgrades. The fishing ships will come through. And we do enter a somewhat equal mid-game here, guys. Hoplite raids are going to be difficult. They come in, pick off some buildings, you run over, try and deal with it. They go elsewhere, etc., etc. The food and gold situation, however, for Mosca looking like a heroic age, as A-Gear has already been clicked up from Magic. Now, Magic is probably going to be thinking to go into Goaty here as a marker gets dropped down. House is getting cleaned up as Mosca just wants every little bit of advantage. Incredibly respectful here, actually, from Mosca to pull back there. Now, of course, the Throwing Axemen are in hot pursuit, but they are no issues to deal with. And now we see the walls coming up all across the map. You need to do this, but this isn't safe. You can't feel like you're safe here because not only this is not what... You can just build a transport ship, right? Or jump into the longboat, send the units around, and you've got side builds happening. Meanwhile, town center on the way from Mosca. Of course, I've said this every single time, but Frere doesn't really care about being slightly behind on villages because you catch up so hard when you get to the heroic age, when you get to the mythic age. So it is important though for Magic to actually get this town center. But a dock again up from Magic onto the bottom side. We will see an attempt from Mosca to get himself his own dock up here, but maybe the siege ship's going to be enough. I don't know. Town center now up. Dionysus is in. As the army says, time to charge forward. Magic pulling off this position says, okay, we'll take the fight. There goes the Tempest. There goes the Bronze. That's not really the interaction, I think, that Mosca was wanting. Mosca pulls back here. Centaur trying to turn, trying to get the damage. Where's the ceasefire? You don't want to ceasefire your own Bronze, but there's going to be a huge amount of value here. That was not what I was expecting to see. I thought, force the Tempest, click ceasefire, then push back later. Magic gets a pretty decent fight there as his town center will be finishing up, and he can simply put just garrison. Bolt gets dropped onto a crack and onto the bottom side of the map there as Mosca will pull back yet again. Magic still needs to be careful here. He still hasn't got himself out any Goaty or any heroes for that matter, and I almost guarantee here that Mosca is simply just going to continue his myth unit building ways until Magic decides to do anything else. There are the Rock Giants, but you know what beats Rock Giant real hard? A 30 or 20 hack damage per second, 12 crush damage per second, 2x bonus from the Hydra with potential more heads to come. That will take down that Rock Giant, which only has got itself 40% crush armor very, very fast. Meanwhile, Fortress attempting to come through here as we do see the raids down onto the bottom, but there is nothing there. Magic is very safe on the left side of the map. Into the main base comes the Hippias. And Magic doesn't have anything back here just yet to deal with this. The big mobility advantage in this game is actually Mosca's. Hoplite's pulling back over onto this side. There goes the fortress from Mosca. In comes Thracian horses. In comes heavy cavalry. In comes Dionysia from Mosca. His army is going to get more and more powerful. Another option here, and I haven't seen anyone really trying this, but once you do get to 190 pop, you can put 30 villages on favor. Your favor will start to skyrocket. Then you can rush up for another Bronze. Couple more longhouses coming in. This Berserk's looking to come down to the bottom side. They are in The Centaur are in hot pursuit. These are not going to find a huge amount of value. Onto the top side. There goes the Rock Giant. Taunts. But the problem here is Magic does need to get himself some counter cavalry units out. He's going for some Herdmen. They are going to be a nice help. Berserks over onto this bottom side. They are going to be going down. Berserks do not beat Centaur. Centaur do beat Berserk. Now the Hydra's up to 3 heads here. Very scary unit after that fight. Lots and lots of throwing axemen in for Magic. They actually don't beat Hippias very well anymore. They used to be pretty decent versus Cav, but now they've been changed to be a little bit more of a counter unit, a little bit less of a generalist archer unit. And the Hippias, especially with Thracian Horses and Spirited Charge, are going to be incredibly effective here as the Petropoli will start sieging down this position. Lots of upgrades on the way for Magic. Is going to grab the town center onto the bottom side, trying to shift the battle around as the Bergrizi in, going to be able to eat a little bit. Still not a single goatee here. Still not a single goatee from Magic. And Hera is pre-queued. Mosca is going to be getting there momentarily. Temple is taken down as the Bergrizi does manage to taunt in those Centaur. That's got to feel good. He's going to at least be able to pick off one. But now the Hippias have free reign to charge forward. It's about 20 seconds to get that taunt up as in comes Berserk, still trying to finish off this settlement over here. There is the settlement on the back going up for Magic to boot here, but Hera is on the way, and that's going to erase this army of throwing axemen. 9 seconds remaining on the town center. More Herdmen trying to get over here as the Hippias charge forward. Town center for Magic does finish up as the heroes are going to take out the Bergrizi here. In comes the hoplites and all the other good stuff, but can Mosca actually, and should Mosca actually continue to push here? I think he can. He's got a big advantage, a huge queue. He's got Mythic Age coming through, and the town center that Magic has just put up, that's going to go down. And the problem is, there's no way to escape with these throwing axemen either. At the very least, the town center on the back is 90 seconds remaining. Lots of gold in the bank here for Magic. Buying food is technically an option here. He wants to get to the next age. But all of the throwing axemen get cleaned up, and Mosca is in a definitively dominating position right now. In comes the longhouses and all the other good stuff. Is now we are going to see a little bit of an adaptation from Magic. He says, time for Jarls. The big problem is that Hera is coming. Yes, Vidar is on the way as well, but Hera is coming. And with Hera means you basically are going to lose at least half of your army here. And Magic's eco, that's fallen behind. It's 69 vills to 55 vills at the moment. Main base under attack too, as, well, Mosca could also drop the Lightning Storm down in the main base and go for the town center to deny Vidar here. As this Hydra looking incredibly scary. And there goes the Lightning Storm, and Magic, well, he's going to garrison everything he possibly can here. Does manage to stay alive for a lot of this. A bit of a lackluster Lightning Storm, but Magic has fallen down to 117 population. Town center under attack here as well. And Magic needs a lot of units to try and keep himself alive. 3 HP in a dream on this 12 kill, 3,000, nearly 4,000 HP Hydra. Are you kidding me? Mosca now has the town center. More walls are up. This town center does finish as well as the Petropoli will get taken down. That'll stop the pushing power, but also Mosca now brings in one of the scariest heroes in the game, the Bellerophon. As the Petropolis back in here, Vidar will pop, but I don't even know how Magic gets a value, like a value Inferno here. He's going to want to use it straight away, but Unhersa comes through. Gonna pick off potentially some of these center. There's no units out for the moment, really, for Mosca. He's just sitting back, getting upgrades, taking the map control, enjoying life. Slowly going to be building stuff forward here. As now we've got the Servants of Glory, Champion, Infantry, Twilight Gods, Fury of the Fallen. Every single upgrade under the sun for Magic, but he needs more than just those upgrades. And they take a long time. Not only do they take a long time, but he's only got 5 longhouses, which means 1, 2, 3, 4 longhouses are not building units at the moment. In comes the Inferno onto the back. It's just not a god power that you can use when you're on the defensive. Heliopolis going to finish off the Magic Town Center. And I think Mosca, not only is he too far in front, but I also think he's got a bit of an advantage in terms of this late game route that he's chosen to. And Magic taps out for the second game as Mosca is looking incredibly strong for the moment. This Zeus, this idea, the prep here from Mosca. He knows Magic wants to play Frere on this map. I've said it a couple of times, maybe behind the scenes, but I do think if you're going to pick a water map, you want to make sure you've got a flex pick. You want to make sure, because picking one god on a water map is incredibly easy to prepare for. And Mosca, I think he has done his prep in pretty much every single one of these Budapest matches. He seems incredibly switched on to what his opponent is doing, adapts, and comes at them with something, incredibly powerful. So, well, that's game 2 in the books. Mosca, 1 win from the finals here. Magic was down 0-2 yesterday as well, though. He woke up in game 3. Can he do the same in the semifinals? Let's see. Let's jump back to the draft. And here comes the Thunder. One of what a lot of Poseidon players, Poseidon mains like to say, is one of the hardest matchups for Poseidon. Magic gets what he wants here. He gets Gaia versus Poseidon. He gets Gaia Poseidon. Why is this matchup hard? Well, the idea of playing Hermes, Hippias, Centaur, and things like that just simply does not bode well for the Poseidon player. That being said, I see Jungoth in the chat. I see Recon saying it. This is an Ares angle every single time. Do not go Hermes in this matchup. That being said, even though you do pick what I would consider the correct minor god, it's still not easy. 2 gold mine Ghost Slate becomes probably a little bit more simple for the Poseidon. You definitely want to play into a 2 town center game. With Ares, potentially Hippaspis coming out, you also do want to build those Hippias. And you know what? I like the idea of surprise Cyclops. You can catch Magic out. Magic has really shown a big... How do I say this? That's not right. Magic has shown that he does not value the myth unit. He hasn't been building them. He hasn't been playing for favor. He has barely been building the heroes to try and deal with myth units to boot. Didn't build any Goaty last game. Didn't build any Hersa. Just try to make human unit work. And I tell ya, Myth unit, kill human unit. You've got to make the heroes. You've got to make the adaptation. We'll see what Magic is going to come up with in this game. Now, Gaia doesn't really need to build myth unit versus Poseidon. You do need to build heroes. And you have to be very aware of what the Poseidon player is going to be doing if this does end up going the Ares angle. Now, I'm building it up. Mosca is the king of Poseidon. There isn't a better Poseidon player in this qualifier, in this playoff, as far as I'm concerned. He might say that Hermes is the better play, but just play a very different style of Hermes as well. We'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see. But I think Magic, he's played a lot of Gaia. He's very in tune with this god. It's very, very simple. Very powerful as well. A lot of people have been banning it, picking it first. That being said, I have been seeing a lot of players actually losing. Actually losing with Gaia. So we'll see how it's going to go. Let's jump into game number 3. Magic back against the wall here. It is Ghost Lake. Let's check it out. Off we go. Right side of the map, Magic. Left side of the map, Mosca. The map is Ghost Lake. Check out the relics and see what they're going to have to say for themselves. Tearfing Angantir's sword, lifesteal from units plus 10%. Next relic over onto this side, Hummingbird's beak, infantry damage bonus against infantry, plus 10%. This is a really, really nice relic here for either player to pick up, I think, in this matchup. Another relic over here, we've got the Oseberg wagon. The game might go there, and this can actually give probably, I would say, an advantage to whichever player picks this up. Both Poseidon and Gaia get boosted trade gather rates, right? So Mosca with Poseidon doesn't really have to do anything. He gets an extra 0.1 speed per age. So in the Mythic Age, he's going to get 0.4 extra speed on his caravans. And of course, Gaia on the Lush with channels gets that extra 15% bonus move speed. So they both got a crazy amount of gold income when that happens. And you grab Oseberg Wagon to boot, plus 10% movement speed. That will be plus 25% for Magic if he wants to grab that. And of course, the caravan food cost going down as well. Finally, Anvil for Hephaestus, of course, must grab. Very, very nice. Gold research cost, minus 50% on all of the armory upgrades is significant. Now, we are seeing Mosca go in Hermes. Well, I was building it up, but this is a 1 gold mine Ghost Lake. Maybe if it was 2 gold mine Ghost Lake, it might have been a different story. Mosca sees the town centers as well. Let's see what Mosca actually sees. He sees over onto this side. Hasn't been too happy with what he sees here. Over onto this side does have a back hunt. It's got a gold mine. It's got a gold mine. It's got a gold mine. But Mosca wants to apply the pressure. Now, I do like this situation for Magic. Magic puts the walls up over onto this side. He's getting prepped. He's got the Gaia Forest over here locking his base up nicely. And we will see if Mosca has got a good plan here. Now, one of the oldest plans in the book here for Poseidon is light pressure into a town center. Because it means that your opponent is going to overcommit to a defense, and you will not be able to then walk forward and punish that town center. So long as it is well executed, build order is perfect, you're going to be fine. As the center comes in onto this side, and let the laming begin. What did this boar do to you? Little bit of early game harassment here in the shape of now your villagers are really needing to do something. Of course, these villagers almost don't care that they're getting attacked here because they're just getting HP back. And in comes military barracks onto this side. Of course, the Caladria can simply heal everyone up. A mana will pop up from magic onto the front. And relics most likely are going to start getting claimed here, as we can see. Whoa. That's a sentry tower looking for watchtowers literally immediately here from Mosca. I don't know if I fully understand it. What is Mosca's plan? Is it a fast heroic here? That's got to be his plan. Fast heroic, get to Hypaspist. Mosca, he plays a different game to everyone else. He plays a different game to you. He plays a different game to me. This guy knows the Greeks inside and out. And I think, well, I think this might simply just become one of the new metas for the Poseidon players versus Gaia. And all of a sudden, Mosca is going to, well, Poseidon players are going to start saying, hey, this matchup's really, really easy. We'll see, though. We'll see, though. This is a very, very interesting play. Magic, with real good control, can probably get a gold staff here. Even with the Hypaspist, even with Peltast in the mix. But, so far, Mosca has proved that he has the micro advantage in these games. Mosca Armory coming up onto the back, not even going for a market here, as the Murmillo will charge forward. The Caladria flying out onto the back will get healed up, no problems, as this is the sign of a high-level Age of Mythology play right here. Run into your opponent's base with the relic in hand. You have to ask the question. I tell you what they should have done. They should have said any unit that picks up a relic can no longer fight. Because the relic's so heavy, how is he supposed to swing the sword and hold the relic? That way the pro players would have to take the relic back home. It's just so funny. Anyways, Dionysus not even going for Aphrodite here, which is another surprise. But Dionysus on the way, military academies getting dropped down, and Magic, well, he is going into his Murmillo spammage here. He does drop the relic, but he's still holding on to it. You can't just walk in and steal it if he's swinging. Do you know what I mean? Like, if he comes in and he swings at a villager, he drops the relic, but then he picks it up immediately. Town center coming up for Magic. Well, we could call this a chemo town center. Not really a whole lot over here. Don't know if I like that town center all too much. We'll see how it's going to go. Very, very late. I think if Magic was maybe a little bit more aware of what Mosca was doing and went for this town center near immediately, a couple units into a town center, for example, well, this heroic age would feel a lot less scary. The issue here is, though, Magic has not moved outside of his base, has been mining this gold mine down. He could have been sitting over here. He could have been sitting over here with a mana and getting himself gold, leaving this gold mine alive, and then when a bronze push comes to push him off the gold mine, he's already spread the lush, can simply run the citizens back home, sit in his main base, bronze finishes, and he's fine in those positions. As the Caladria comes over, we'll spot the villagers on the Aurochs, and immediately a very, very fast Apollo here from Mosca. Kind of interesting. Normally you don't see that. The ranged hero is important, but it's not live or die. As behind this now, Magic He wants a heroic age. As the Murmillo charging forward, you can see the resources slowly starting to tick up. He gets himself medium infantry first, though. It's a little bit of a fight to happen. But of course, there's going to be a pacifist. You can't keep building Murmillo. Pyroballister an option here, though, from Magic if he wants. But Mosca needs to be patient here as well. He's technically on a timer as the Caladria Pacify comes through. Can he take out the center? Got to be careful on this fight because you can't drop Carnivora on top of the Lush. And there goes the Polita. And that's why he went for it. He wants to just get that Caladria out of there. 20 range, decent speed, and a sniper. Simply put, just doesn't miss. As the Murmillo hero sacrificing its life to distract the units away. We will see Thea coming through as these villagers on this side will need to pull back. Magic has not gotten himself the channels upgrade, so his citizens are very, very slow. But he's got plenty of herdables in the main base as he's got himself that husbandry in, so he will get a lot of food in for the time being. The only issue here is, well, Mosca, he's got himself the option of going into Prodromus here as well. He could go Hoplites, he could go Prodromus, but this is going to be the Contarius angle from Magic here. Contarius will be able to beat those pacifist. Mosca is taking just a little bit of value here. It's fine for Magic. He does have the villager edge. He's got villagers all over the place as well. Love this. 2 villagers on each gold mine with a mana. Yes, it's dangerous to some degree, but it's not that big of a deal. As Watchtowers comes in, and we will see where to next. As in comes the Hesperid's tree. That Poseidon Secret coming in really quickly. It's not an issue with going for it and researching it, but you don't want to wait. You don't want to try and get max value out of that. Just let it come in, build the Contarius right away, because you want to spend those resources. Up to the top side, the citizens do get caught out up here. We will see an attempt at a raid over onto this side. Mosca's walling is, as always, impeccable. And he will put up the walls behind this. And a Murmillo or two will pop... Oh, not a Murmillo. A Militia or two will pop in here. So has to take those down as the house wall behind it does come in. Heavy infantry finishes up here. As the center finally goes down. Funnily enough, not to heroes. But a couple of units going to get picked off over here as Magic sneaks off into the corner of the map. We've got the Pegasus onto this side. Has Mosca spotted this? Yes. Ooh. I don't think he has. It does show the Lush for us as the spectator, but he hasn't seen the mana. I don't think he scouted that. Up onto this side. Suicidal Murmillos. He wants the villager kills. Remember, it's 2 TC versus 1 TC. So a couple of villager picks here goes a really, really long way, but he doesn't get them. He doesn't get them at all. And losing the Murmillos for nothing? I mean, that's not what you want. House going down. Contarius are now out. They're going to be looking for any amount of value. Magic needs to just distract for the next, I would say 2-ish minutes, 2 to 3 minutes, and he's just going to have a full population army. Very, very strong, and Mosca is just falling further and further behind. The Pegasus does spot the gold villagers over here. The gold mine in the main base, still 500, 600 gold remaining. In come the units to distract off of this gold mine, push these citizens away. Do we still not have channels? Still no channels from Magic. Still sitting only on 3 oracles as well as Magic decides time to turn around. He does have himself that Lance of Stone, so retreating away from the Contarius is literally impossible. Yeah, also, Magic's got to be careful here. He doesn't have the speed advantage. It's speed tied for the moment. He will try to sneak out of here as Mosca cornering him, and it looks like Magic going to be losing a couple more Contarius here, but also giving that Hydra a lot more value as well. But again, this is just distraction action up onto this side. Mosca getting caught out now. Stevalian Bird on the top. That's scary. Lots and lots of Dryads. Also scary. And Mosca hasn't really adapted here to the Contarius flood. The Magic still needs a little bit more population to really be winning fights here. Lots of wood in the bank, gold in the bank. Palace coming up onto this side. As the citizen's going to be pulling away. You can pull over onto this if you want. We do have the citizens here too, so they can sneak back onto this gold mine if need be. Magic's home gold mine. 150 gold remaining. Mosca. He is min-maxing on the vision here. Mana does come back up as the citizens sneaked in here, immediately spotting that. And Mosca is literally just looking for the all-in with bronze. The only issue here is, as 2 citizens will go down, it's not a big issue for Magic. The only issue here is that Magic will see a bronze attack onto this gold mine and then simply just walk this way. He needs to probably send some catapulties off to the right here and actually deal with this to open up this position. Another palace coming up on the back there from Magic as he's charging forward. Happy to take this fight because he's got those catapulties in here. Does Magic have the all-important weightless mace? Yes, he does. Look at how fast these guys are moving. 5 speed. You can heroize them as well. Mosca behind this. Now looking to push. And we will see another mana coming up. Units charging forward. There's double palace here. Magic is caught out here. He's not in a very good spot. But then again, I don't think that Mosca can really engage this. He's charging forward. He wants to. Maybe he can engage this, but Magic can just run. And he will have the speed walking to get away from here as the villagers onto this. Another palace coming up from Magic. Every palace in the world to hold this position. But I tell you, he kind of just needs to heroize his units. Another mana coming down as the Stefalian Bird does get sniped there. The citizens will need to pull off of this as up onto this side will come a palace, but you do need to send catapulties there. Mosca is that guy who's got the prep in. He knows what's going to happen here. Hippias trying to check things out. They spot the palace immediately as the army charges forward. Bronze must be needed. And immediately behind this comes the run, the retreat from Magic. He can run through his palace. No problems here. But even with the 2 palace, you almost don't want to fight this. But a beautiful choke point from Magic as the units are coming in onto both sides. He can just garrison here if he wants. Going to be pulling off of the Gaia Lush here. Still trying to delay and make things happen. Back up onto this side. Another palace attempting to come through as the Hippias into the main base. They're coming in. Magic pulls back over onto this side. Still no answer for that incredibly powerful Hydra here. No gold for the moment right now from Magic as he sends the citizens back up for another palace. And the bronze, well, that finishes up. And Magic so far in front on economy here. He's going to put up another palace and he can sell just a little bit. Behind this, though, Mosca says, time for 3 town centers. The citizens up onto this side. Well, they might get taken down. A Carnivora will get dropped. There is 1 heavy catapulti. So a couple of units are going to go down. A couple of citizens get picked off. Again, this isn't the biggest of deals. Such a big villager lead, but it's going to be eviscerated incredibly quickly with 3 town centers up momentarily. Magic does need to get that scout on to see exactly what's going on because, well, it looks like he wants a Mythic Age. That is fair enough too. There is also a ceasefire available for Mosca, so even if you get any sort of advantage going, it's going to be difficult. Now up onto this top side, Magic might look to grab the town center. He's going up through Atlas. He wants himself the implode. 160 pop to 168 pop. I do think this is the right call from Magic. He's defended his gold. We will see the Hippias coming in over onto the left side. He's defended his gold mine. He can look to grab the town center. Ontario's charging up to the top. There's a fortress here. Hippias coming over to potentially take out the town center and get some raids onto this side as the infantry from Magic not here. And a great attack onto this side as the citizens going to try and garrison in and out. There's no masons or anything like that as the citizens will bail into the town center, out of the town center. Catapulti's coming through. And it looks like, I think Magic will keep this alive as the Hippias most likely need to pull back. Again, like I keep saying this, 1 or 2 citizens dying here isn't the end of the world. As the granary gets cleaned up there, Magic looking for value, but just not able to get a whole lot of it as the ghost building does come through. This is the damage that that Magic really wants here. Can he prevent these guys from getting... Does he still not have himself channels? I'm so upset. I am so upset. Where's the channels upgrade? Up onto the top right gold mine as well here. Hephaestus, however, on the way for Mosca. Mosca is so crazy good with these Greeks that he's been able to cause so much idle time on Magic that he's actually been able to... He's not exactly caught up in terms of timings, but he will be caught up in terms of timings if Magic doesn't act really, really quickly. Villagers up onto this side. Nice attempt at the dukage there, but that's not going to be working out for him as a fortress is going to come up onto this side. Magic does notice that. He can get some nice damage done before the fortress is finished. Of course, there is that ceasefire still available. Remember, Hephaestus comes in. Full iron comes through. Units coming through here as well. Hoplites. Scary stuff there as the village is going to try and repair this up. Of course, there will be the militia to pop out after all is said and done. As the raids are going to continue diving around the map. The speed advantage, 6.3. About to move for 6.4. There is an Argus here to help out. As Magic says, happy to take this fight. You don't have a whole lot of heroes here. Champion Catapulti's coming in. Magic being incredibly patient with the implode as well. But not taking out the town center. Forces the units away. Sending himself back over onto this position to take the town center out. And Magic, he also says, I don't want to sit on this 100 villages and not continue to increase my economy. Up to the next level of economy with a trade route started. Remember, he does have that relic as well. Oseberg wagon. So his caravans are going to be really, really strong. Town center goes down up onto this side. Now we have fanatics to try and take out the fortress, going after villagers. Hephaestus now in. Plentyvault gets dropped literally immediately. And the Forge of Olympus, Polyphemus, power units, power plays coming through here very, very fast. Mosca with walls up onto this side as the citizens on the left side will be wanting to come through and claim this gold mine. Of course, there's plenty of gold on the right side there for Magic to grab. But if you can get any advantage here on the gold, he's going to have a great time. The heavier Paspis on this side, though, this is what you want to be looking to implode. You'd have to imagine. As in come the Paspist, still not going to be dropping that implode as half the units aren't there. To some degree, you just have to say, hey, it's fine. As the Polyphemus just says good night to those Dryads. This Hydra has been so instrumental here in this game. There goes the implode. Villager's going to pull away. Nice awareness from Mosca, but there's 2 fortresses here. The Hippias coming back, still getting chased by Catapultis as some Pacifists coming into the fight to level the playing field. Implode hits. Ceasefire gets clicked. And Mosca is going to be at full iron on 2 town centers, mind you. With full iron. And, well, that might just be enough here. Magic going to sit on this position. Armory situation for Magic. He's about to get 2 iron weapons as well. It does take a little bit longer. Going to be taking the fight literally underneath 3 defensive buildings, though. This might be exactly what Mosca wants, though. He's just hit his full iron timing. Magic will be able to take out the town center, but we've seen this before. Magic going full send on a position to take the town center out and just getting sent back as Magic's population drops down to 160. Meanwhile, a Colossus also onto the Magic Town Center here. Surely we see a hero. One hero? He clicked on it. How do you not build a hero there? I think Magic just hates heroes. He hates heroes. He hates myth units. Did he pull the unit away? I'm so confused. In Mosca comes, cleaning up villages, pushing off this position, looking to take out trade route, looking to take out everything. The town center for Magic is dead. He didn't react to the Colossus here. Arcus now on the way. This might be too little too late for the Arcus transition. As the Hippias continuing to charge around here. Now the Colossus can actually start taking out the citizens on this position. We will see finally some hero fanatics coming through. And he will run over here and take out the Colossus. The town center is going to get... huh? There he goes. I think he's selecting all military. Very, very tough. Mosca, again with that ridiculously strong Polyphemus. The Arcus doing the damage on the back as the Hippias will charge forward. No control from Magic to pull the Catapulties back will mean that not only do all the Arcus fall, but so too does the Hippias get a huge amount of lifesteal. Down center back up. Fanatics moving up to the top. Does Magic have his upgrade? Yes, he does. So they are very, very strong. Tyro coming over here to clean up the llama caravans. Fanatics will try and get some sort of a side attack here. The Mosca gold mines, 1400, 1800. Not any trade route started though. We're actually going to deny stone walls as well as the village is going to pull back. Never mind, he does have a trade route. 2 donkey caravans. The citizens making their way up as these Heliopoli will be able to clean up this town center. And Magic, for the first time in this game, has lost the score lead. Not able to win these fights. The Fanatics over here not really doing a whole lot. Magic loses a bunch of citizens. His trade route going to be getting blown to pieces. The Fanatics will come in. They will be able to deal with these Atyroi nicely. You have also Toxotes in onto the back there as well. As what can Magic do at the moment but sit and just watch his army failing to break through this. Of course, the real big advantage here in the late game for Gaia is if you go for Heke in these situations, because then you can get an extra powerful Dryad, you get yourself an extra Hesperid's tree, you get an extra 15 Dryads for free population. You can try and take those fights, but Magic does not have that at all. He's got nothing really left in the tank trying to hold this position, but Mosca comes in a ridiculously hard-fought game, but Mosca manages to hold on, and he takes Magic out in straight sets. An absolute masterclass in Poseidon. I don't even know what to call it. In Poseidon, just everything. He just knows how to play this god. Magic here. a little bit hoodwinked on the early game. Pressure into a town center is pretty natural, but this is pressure into a fast heroic. And there just wasn't anything for Magic to do with that, with those units. He still found himself in a good position. He held the bronze push. He did everything right. But in the end, he tried to clean this position up. He lost all the units. He fell behind. What he could have gone for is just take this town center. He cleaned it up. He took this out. He could claim the town center. Then he'd be at 260 population or 270 population, whatever it is. And then it wouldn't matter if Mosca was at full iron. Wouldn't matter that Mosca's in the Mythic Age with Champion Hatyroi. It's just too many units to deal with. But Magic kind of fell for the same old adage here, trying to just charge in and kill off the Mosca. He is a undying beast of a player. We will be seeing him in the finals to match up against either Suppe or Grass. That's our next semi-final. Don't you guys go nowhere. We're going to have a short break while we organize the next match. See you guys soon. Huitzilopochtli Incarnate is here. The new fire ceremony does get dropped. Of course, B also sacked his own units, get himself out something, but there's two Tajiplas. Special attack coming in. It's a boost of damage for the Gardath army. As he's breaking through the center, there is still a pillar of Tlalocan to drop down on this position to help B stabilize. But he's not doing it. And in comes it now, finally. There is the Huitzilopochtli, but that does not have much HP left. Sitting underneath this could be very, very dangerous. The town center ends up falling. The Atontan Smashers will start coming in as well. Little bits of damage to come through. Lots and lots of dead units from Garnath. Now into the center of the map. This fight, I don't know if it's quite good for Eric BR. Izumato is looking incredibly powerful here. Missing himself his actual upgrades, though. He needs that next tier of Bushido. He's still a little ways away from it. There goes a nice Valkyrie spawn to help him out, but the Juragumo is working to take that one down. Bushido tier 2 does come through, and that there is now going to be a lot of dead Ursa, and Izumato is in a commanding position here. And there goes that tornado as the Kwafu are going to move off of this gold one. This is the last little bit of gold that Magic has. He's trying his hardest to bring this game back from the brink, but he is getting pushed off of everything. He needs units over here. The one Avenger on this side is going to be some issue. Create some problems as the Lullaby does get dropped. You drop Lullaby, you go after the Commoners on the back. He's trying to take a couple of units out one at a time as the Heroes getting cleaned up. Lullaby finishes, and now, well, Recon's going to be ready to actually fight. The Kamatachi do huge damage to these infantry units as the Cody Warriors coming around onto the back line trying to take out the Bushi there, but that is an overwhelming victory for Recon, and Suppe just taps out. He is not... Grouse will just pull back. He's trying to get himself more units out. Heavy cav to come through, and there, Recon controlling his army, trying to take the fight. Grass is just full send at the moment. Onto the backside come the Kontarius. Still no chaos in from Grass as he drops it onto the left side. Recon has spread his units out very, very nicely. You also have to remember that these units are fighting on top of Gaia Lush. So that's HP regen while it's all going on as the heroes come onto the back there. Hesperid's tree for the HP regen as well, as that's 5 HP a second from both of the Hesperid's trees. And Grass goes for the Hail Mary on that fight. And Recon, as Recon does best, simply says, "What are you doing? You can't win this fight. Please leave." That being said, the Suppe Ocelotl Warriors, they're going to be going hard. if Soup can utilize these trees and then dive out of it, which he can do, he gets so much bonus damage here on this fight. He's feeling like he can actually take the fight as the Ayatochli comes through, rolls into the main base, and go after the town center again. Onto the backside, though, the Eagle Warriors, they're getting chased down, and there goes the Earth Monster. After all is said and done, Soup sacked a bunch of villagers to make that happen there. Can he win the fight, though, after all is said and done? 3k versus 3k units are falling. But the Ayatochli here is the main amount of assistance that Soup actually has in these fights. And now Mosca says, I'm getting out of here as another. There goes the Earth Monster. The last little bit of hate. Ladies and gentlemen. Our next matchup, Grass versus Soup. Everyone's favorite streamer, bald streamer, I imagine, and everyone's favorite youngin. One of the youngest players on the circuit, has had a amazing time leveling up, proving everyone how much power that he's actually got, but he does have a difficult matchup here. I don't know what these guys have really, how these guys have really matched up recently. But I do think that Soup has probably not had the better end of the stick, is my guess, when they have played. Let's check out the drafting and see what the head-to-head looks like. Well, here you go. There was one moment where Soup got the better of Grass, and that was in the Wrath of the Gods quarterfinals. But there was one moment where Grass got the better of Soup, which was Pandora's Box 2 in the lower bracket quarterfinals. So a 50-50 matchup could go either way. You've got the Soup big brain strategies versus the Grass crazy aggression. Last week, Soup got caught out power greeding. Let's just put it that way. Grass is going to be attacking you. You cannot power greed versus a player like Grass and Groom. Let's check out the draft and see what they're going to play for game number 1 and what gods we might see for the rest of this series. Alrighty, no real surprises here, so to speak. Huitzilopochtli, Tezcatlipoca bans from Grass, and Soup bans out the Atlantean gods to take those away from Grass. Grass doesn't really play the Aztecs, so he just bans them. Fair enough. Soup does play the Atlanteans, but rather not wanting to play against them, especially... Well, actually, you know what? Just not wanting to play against them. Grass then first picks Odin. Are you kidding me? I gotta say, I don't really... Like, there's been a bit of hype around Odin recently. I don't really buy into it, but we'll see. I might get proved wrong. Soup then picks Freyr Quetzalcoatl. Grass picks Kronos Thor. Everyone's terrified of that Kronos. We'll see if Soup's going to be able to deal with it. Then Fushi Noir comes in from Soup. Next is the Set Isis from Grass and Susanoo Shinong from Soup, with rounding out the draft from Grass, grabbing a Zeus. So yeah, this god here, this Odin god, a lot of players have been saying incredibly powerful. The Heimdall angle, the Soup Pegasus Rush type opening idea, very, very difficult to deal with. We'll see if Soup has cooked something up on the defense, considering he did create this strat. We'll also see if Grass is going to even go for the strat. He might play it completely different. Who knows? Let's jump into Elysium and check it out. And off to the races we go. In the right-hand corner of the map, we have Grass playing as Odin. In the top left-hand corner of the map, we have Suppe playing as Hushi. Unlike the last game, the last matchup between Mosca and Magic, they both have very similar styles, created a very, very tight series. Of course, Mosca did end up taking the win there in 3, but every game was incredibly close. This series, well, we do have a little bit of polar opposites to some degree. I used to think that Suppe was an incredibly aggressive player, and he was. He was incredibly aggressive in Legacy. Played a lot of Norse mirrors, and the games would often finish sub 10 minutes. I think he probably had an average game time in the Norse mirror of probably about 8 minutes or something. Yes, 8 minutes. But recently I've been seeing Suppe as a little bit of a different player. There's 2 styles of Suppe. He either advances at 3 minutes or 6 minutes. That's the meme. But I think it's actually more to that. He is a power greeter. That's what I would like to call Suppe. He loves to get himself the maximum amount of income per minute that he possibly can. And he finds the advantages with that. There's obviously weaknesses to this. And the player to try and exploit these weaknesses is Grass. And I would say that Grass is, without question, a ridiculously aggressive player. We'll see how it goes. Temple coming up for Grass in the main base. He has not gone for the fast temple, fast Hersa shenanigans. And whether or not Suppe knows that, I don't know. But Suppe is going for his tried and true triple Huafu opening. Check out some relics over here as a house comes down trying to protect this relic. Scales of a Katobble Pass. Always nice when you grab this one versus the Chinese, because they only have the pierce damage dealing heroes in the classical age. Ogrebin Helm in the middle of the map there as well. Very, very important relic there. Does Grass see that? No, he doesn't. Does Suppe see that? No, he doesn't. There goes the Sky Lantern up onto this side. Suppe will be grabbing himself the Cathara of Apollo. And it looks like after the dust settles... I missed another relic here? I don't think so. Suppe's already grabbed one. He's got the Feather of the Fang, so his bonus damage versus buildings goes up a little bit. As into the middle of the map comes the Pioneer, and he will claim yet another very important relic. As the Sky Lantern does spot the final one, and Suppe gets out of the early game with pretty big advantage here in terms of relics. Now, Grass, he is going old school. He is going old school here. Freya, no Heimdall shenanigans. And I'll tell you what, if Suppe is switched on here, I don't like this from Suppe. I was about to say, if Suppe is switched on, he's going to know exactly how to make life very, very tough for Grass in this matchup. And how do you, with Freya versus Chi Yao, how do you make life tough for the Odin? Well, you build your base compact. You don't try and min-max the favored land. You just lock your base up with buildings, throw some walls, live the dream, and go from there. As the Valkyrie does meet up with this Yahtzee, a little bit more damage coming in, not able to chase that one down at 5.3 speed, but the Valkyrie is sent packing for the moment here as the units immediately streaming across the map. A little bit risky early game to do this. Of course, the Fire Archers, very, very strong. One Berserk gets a couple of smacks in there as Return Fire gets shot through. More units are going to be coming in for just a little bit more damage there as the Berserk, well, that will go down. And Grass, well, he is stuck inside of his main base. He's going to be looking for raids. There is the chickens getting eaten. There are the dwarves on the gold mine and all the other good stuff. As into the middle of the map does move Suppe very, very early. This is a habit that Suppe has, and Grass is about to get max value from just a couple of units coming through. We see the forest fire getting dropped down. We see the peasants getting cleaned up. The units here trying to take out the temple of of Grass here. Suppe not paying attention on this one as Grass just comes straight in, and all of a sudden lightning weapons needs to get dropped. The raiding cavalry will end up going down, but the fire archers, there's not too many of them left after that engagement. And Grass gets a huge amount of value early on in this game. Najar will be on the way. 640 to 1k military resource difference, but now Suppe is back into his main base. And, well, Grass has just got a massive advantage here. There's not really the units to deal with the raiding cavalry. There's only a couple of them. The wall comes up from Grass there to trap everyone behind this, and this might be a pretty fast game one as the Odin just completely cleans house here. But Suppe not giving up that easily. Quafu will have to pull back. Main base going to be under attack here. Grass is going full send. Suppe doesn't retreat those peasants. The game mode is ahead very, very slowly here. Gold mine from Suppe will expire pretty quickly because he's been going for as many Quafu as he possibly can. In comes the Great Hunt. Up onto this side has come the rock throws from the Quafu. And funnily enough, even after all of the damage here, Suppe is still in front on the villager count, but he is so far behind on the military count. Tries to pick off those thrown axe when he gets dragged back here. There is only the 1 or 2 halberdiers. Might not be enough for him to save those, but he does manage to force Grass back. And the other thing is, behind all of this, well, Grass can now make himself Shield Maiden Valkyrie. A lot of them, actually. He's got 20 favor, 40 favor. He got 3 of them out. Or 2 of them out at the moment, more than he has. So 3 total. And now Grass says, all right, time to pull back. Another machine workshop to come up onto this back position. The real main thing that Suppe needs, as he does walk forward here, and man, Grass so quick with the Ravens. So quick with the Ravens. He sees this, and I mean, the Fire Archers can try and take down the Raven. Does need a Pioneer or 2 out to deal with it as the raiding cavalry into the main base. Suppe actually onto the Peach Blossom Spring. What, he's carrying wood? What? I am so very confused. Now he changes it over onto gold. And the raiding cavalry do spot. The raiding cavalry do spot Suppe on this position. 1 Quafu goes down. Quafu going to be diving into the Sentry Tower. Up onto this top side. He's going there. And now the villagers are open for an attack on that position as well. Can Suppe block those off? Answer is no. Now Grass will say, all right, on the way forward here, there are 2 Pioneers, but the Fire Archers are scary. Very, very simple fight, I think, here for Suppe. And Grass says, I'm going to take it. I'm a little surprised with that as the Herso die very quickly. The Valkyrie gets taken down onto this spot as well as the Halberdier are going to try and meet the raiding cavalry there. Suppe gets a nice trade back, but he is now behind on villager count. He's out of his Peach Blossom Spring. He needs to move over onto this gold mine. We'll see now. Suppe says, okay, we'll wall up this tree line here. Military camp coming up. And Suppe is now saying, let's go for some pressure here. The Grass is going to be attempting a heroic age, so there could be some good value very, very soon at the moment as he charges forward. Doesn't see the villagers over here, but he might get dragged to them. This grass will pull back. There is still the Raven over here checking things out. No walls, or walls are slowly starting to come up onto this position as it is a little bit of a race against the speed of these raiding cavalry. Some halberdiers are in. The walls will be all up, and it looks like Suppe manages to keep himself going here, but Skadi is on the way. And of course, Suppe is very much stuck in the classical age, spamming out units. Onto the left side, there are some grass dwarves hanging out. To the right side, villagers happily enjoying the crown crane. There's another cheeky raid coming in from the top side. One way to kind of deal with this is when you push forward, you just queue up halberdiers to play defense instead of running across the map. And then you send them all across in one big go as Suppe charging this way, looking to get onto the wood line, onto the back position. But this is well protected. Suppe going after a longhouse here. He does have that Feather of Bafang, so buildings go down a little bit faster. But with Skadi up, Frost can come through. Hill forts can go down. Villagers over here will get targeted down as now the halberdiers are in hot pursuit. Survival equipment coming through. And look at that from Grass with the Shield Maiden Valkyrie. Suppe not paying attention here. More units coming in as Kwafu are going to all start falling. No control from Suppe here. He's looking to get over onto this position, but the units will get frosted most likely. And the damage will not trade in the slightest. And there goes the frost. The villagers happily going to sit here for the 40 seconds. Nishar will be able to actually take out the Shieldman and Valkyrie if Grass isn't too careful. Nice dive there onto them as the halberdiers still trying to take out raiding cavalry. And Grass retreats out into that position. More units now coming over here. There's no favor for another lightning weapons, but can Grass beat this army of Suppe after losing all these units? Well, we're not going to find out. Suppe says that's the game as he taps out. A very, I would say, reckless game here from Suppe. This is not what I was expecting. He knows how to play this matchup. I've literally played him in this matchup, and he played it so differently. It wasn't that long ago either. I'm so surprised at the way that he played this. You play slow, you spam buildings out, you lock your base up, you get yourself the death ball, then you push with lightning weapons, and it's really, really tough for the Odin to survive where that's concerned. And even if they do, you've got such a big economic advantage if you don't drop any villagers that you're going to be able to just keep playing the game and taking small advantages. But Grass, man, what a move from him. Takes full advantage of the Suppe early game greed, moving out to forward hunt, while also distracting there. He hits the forest fire, he hits the attack, and he makes a push in onto this position. And Suppe just could not deal with the multitasking in game number one. We'll see if Suppe is going to try and slow things down for game number two, because Grass clearly is very, very onto it with his multitasking. Let's jump to the drafting menu and see what's going to happen for game two. And we continue along the Norse versus China pain train. Thor versus Noir. Oops, the players were supposed to get flipped back. All right. So Thor Noir this time. Now, it's a different type of a map, but Soup is going to have to make an adjustment. He obviously went full crazy in that first game. This second game here, well, he might go full crazy again, but he doesn't have lightning weapons. He does have vanish options with Zhuan Nu. He could also play for How To and play a really, really defensive game. But honestly, Nuwa favors a little bit worse than Fushi Shenong do. But we'll see how things are going to go here for Soup. There wasn't, I mean, he could have gone Susanoo. He could have gone Quetzalcoatl. To be honest, his god pool against these Norse gods doesn't really make a huge amount of sense. There are some way better picks that you could go for against Norse, but this one, not what he wanted. I think. Well, he maybe he wasn't expecting the Norse. I don't know. It's time for game number 2. However, let's jump in and check out Ghost Lake. And off we go into game number 2. Double gold mine, Ghost Lake here. Left side, Grass playing as Thor. Right side, Soup playing as Nuwa. Now, I have to say, I already said it in the draft, but I don't think things get any easier here for Soup in this next game. You don't have lightning weapons. You don't have the halberdier boost. I wouldn't be surprised to see Grass play another Freya game here. Now, the only thing to consider is that Grass might just play Forseti, and then you don't really need to care all too much about all that other good stuff. But I do think that having that next gold mine in the main base here for Soup might change the way that he's going to be approaching this matchup. Going full balls to the wall, early game pressure. Maybe you can apply the pressure here. I don't know. Let's check out the relics and see if there's going to be anything impactful. Archimedes' Ledger, Siege, and Kinemetsen, which we won't see in this one. Population -1. Feather of Jingwei for a little bit of extra wood trickle rate. Dwarven Horseshoes. Kind of a huge relic there for Grass if he spots it. Of which he has not. And finally, in the top corner of the map, Belt of Argus. +6 unit line of sight. So, the thing here is that this sort of a map does normally breed fast second town center ideas. And Grass has gone for the Dwarven Armory opening. So, I have a feeling Soup will play for the fast second town center. He does go through How To. Now, the big thing he has to be careful about is where he places his earth wall. Makes all these villagers off of food, leaves one there, bunch onto wood, bunch onto gold. He's going to be grabbing himself this Divine Light as he searches up to the top. Definitely do not want to be allowing this relic into the hands of Grass. Now, I don't know if I said this already, but he's got to be really careful where he places the earth wall, because if you place it slightly incorrectly, well, Forest Fire simply just cancels it out. But we'll see. I'm not sure if Grass is going to be going for the Freya angle here or not. It's not. He loves playing Forest. He loves playing heavy on Hersa spammage as both Thor and Loki. He's going for a very late advance, though. So, Soup, not going to have any issues getting up a fast second town center here. And this here is going to be what we like to call the absolute fastest second town center for Nuwa. Now, this is where Soup shines and is at his best. Where he has a really, really nice map for a second town center. You got back gold, back hunt, even back berries to help him out here. He gets it off because there's just nothing better than this. He basically dives deep and hunts what the fastest second town center he possibly can get is. And, well, he does claim it. And he's going to be on 2 TCs before grass is even in the classical age. Now, there is no real problems here for Suppe in dropping this earth wall right here, because Forseti is on the way. That being said, I would have considered to try and put the earth wall around this way, around this forest here, I guess, just so it doesn't get clipped. But nonetheless, Suppe will be on to his Kwafu spamming ways. Drops a military camp here immediately. Dao Swordsman makes sense when you see that Forseti coming through. Meanwhile, over onto this site, going after the dwarves. A little bit of a raid after also hitting that town center is kind of huge. So Hersa coming through here as the Cheongchi will be very, very annoying. No way to hit that. He gets himself out. Godi, of course, he can take this out very easily, but he doesn't have those until the heroic age. This is just going to be pain non-stop. If Suppe can control this well, he is just going to inflict so much damage. An immediate town center from grass, and it does get scouted literally immediately by Suppe. So now Suppe can make up his own decisions. Do you go heroic age for those white horse cavalry? Do you try and maybe even greed out another town center? Do you get a whole bunch of upgrades and just spam classical units? Look for pressure here. What are the ideas? Now, one thing that I think is very strong here on 2 town centers with Nuwa, with China just in general, is that heavy spam, that heavy flood of military. You catch your opponent out, charge in, just kill off a town center. A lot of people think that town centers are very safe in the classical age. Second town center is not very safe to Dao Swordsman Fire Archer. And up comes the Machine Workshop. As it looks like, I mean, Suppe might be going for something a little bit different, but he is starting to produce a couple of units, and Kwafu are going to come through slowly. I wouldn't be surprised to see a heroic age coming in from Grass. Grass also might power grid his own third town center here, which I've seen that before get cracked by the Nuwa, so I'm not sure it's an amazing option as this random Berserk coming through. A little bit of damage to come onto that one as potential to get some sort of a ghost building and block this off. Nope. Berserk is out, sees what's coming, sees the units, and he can kind of guess that this is going to be a classical fight angle here. Now, here's the other thing that's happening, which I think a lot of Norse players or Thor players don't really fully grasp what this means. So this is basically a full dwarf angle, which means that you are investing 1,500 gold already into your economy, which means your gold mine, that's spent. 1,500 gold of it is already spent. You can't spend that on military. Now, there is another gold mine over here. There is a gold mine up here, so that's fine. But it is an investment for sure that can get punished hard as Suppe charges in here, looking for a little bit of damage. Does he have enough stuff here, though? Those Hersa are scary. The Fire Arch is getting some good damage. The Halberdier not useful in the slightest. No real micro from Suppe, and he's giving a bit of favor as well over to Grass on this attack. As he gets caught out, I mean, he's got so many resources in the bank. I don't understand that attack. If he was spamming units, he full spent on everything and then charged forward, then sure, he would have been in an overwhelming advantage. Look at the resources in the bank. Look at the queue. But he just had so many resources in the bank. He didn't have everything going there. And Grass holds, gets his walls set up. Now we see Great Halls coming up as Grass knows that he's probably up against a very, very heavy classical fight. But Suppe here Looks like he's going heroic age. No, he's not. He's going full spam. He can't make his mind up here. He can't make his mind up. Pushing off of this hunt is obviously really, really nice. Grass is over on this left side as well, though. Any amount of idle time allows Suppe to just get further and further in front. Now the raiding cavalry, Hall of Thanes, throwing axemen will start to come through. And Suppe still trying to just charge in here. And he could get walled in and get trapped. This is very scary. He does have a military advantage for the time being. But being stuck into this position, well, that can go very south very, very fast. The fire archers splitting off here. And now in comes onto this backside the raiding cavalry hitting this. The halberdiers, there are a couple of them, so the raiding cavalry will go down quickly. Fire archers to snipe the Hearser. Is there enough stuff here for Suppe? It's looking like there is enough stuff here for Suppe. And Grass taking this fight now, looking like it's not the best course of action for him. He pushes the Grass economy or the Grass military back. One troll will throw a big boulder there, but kind of misses everything. As the throwing axeman pulling back, we will see Scardi coming in from Grass behind this. He holds the push. Ballistics coming through. Slowly getting more units in. And Suppe is just spamming everything out at the moment. He's got 1,000 food in the bank. Raiding cavalry splitting off. Suppe charging up onto this side yet again. He's now going up through Rushol. And I think he just... Oh, no. Gulmang, the god of choice. Main base under attack. Just a little bit. As Suppe back and forth. Raiding cavalry. Coming through. He does decide to try and take the fight. He almost picks up a raiding cavalry, but those are going to be pulling back. Very, very tense moment here because Gulmang will be through probably in time before any type of an attack. But with Suppe opting for that angle, now Grass can just push out of his base and look for whatever he wants here. He will spot the hill fort, the charge forward here and get a little bit of damage. Can he actually win the fight though? I'm not even sure he can. Pioneers to kill off the Frost Giants. Medium Fire Archers to kill off the back line here. I don't think he can. The Kwafu are coming through. He gets sent packing at the moment. Suppe's just got so many resources in the bag. Look at the spam. Silo coming up from Suppe onto the back. He can dive into the tower. The Kwafu are going to be under attack here momentarily as well. And here's the other thing. In going through Gulmang, now Grass is very well in his rights to drop a Frost wherever he wants. If you go Rush, you can just hold on to Fey Beasts non-stop. And that way, you cancel out Frost, you cancel out everything. We'll see a ballet getting dropped over onto this side as the Berserks are checking out the gold mine on the left. Town Center number 3 for Grass as he is basically brought himself to equality here in this game in terms of economy, in terms of military diff. Berserks will come over onto this side. They're not going to be fast enough, I think, to take down the Kwafu. He gets one, but the other one will be able to garrison. No problem. Oh, yeah, he will be able to garrison. No problems. So the Fire Archers need to make their way over onto this spot. He will be able to take out the ballet here if he's not careful. Behind this, we see Zhurong to come in, and this is the power greed that Suppe is known for at the moment. not producing units, trying to get gold in. Harassment onto the gold mine, slowing this down. One halberdier versus the world tier. Very, very big defense where that's concerned. As the fire archers are in, garrisoning around, and the berserks, they will lose their lives here. At least some of them will lose their lives here. As Suppe now will be on the way through Geelong. But Grass has 3 town centers. Grass is putting pressure on. Suppe needs to spend all of his resources. He's got to get himself out a pretty nice army. Walls coming up onto this side as well to defend this one as the berserks make their way over. And they're going to take a 4th town center. Now behind this, he does have access to the Jutsu, which is incredibly powerful versus Norse, because the only way to deal with it really is the Goatee. And you can make yourself Javelineer, Jutsu, and dominate if you can get enough of them out. But I don't know if Suppe is going to be going for that. He's still not spending those resources here. Turning around onto this spot, looks like he's able to hold off for the moment. But this town center being up, double walls over here from Suppe as well, just to make sure this gold mine's nice and safe. Suppe will have to leave his base. He will have to find some value out of this blazing prairie. Also, I think it does kill off a town center. It might also do a little bit more. And there is still the forest protection available here. But now portable rams are on the way. And that is a little bit of scariness for Suppe. So how do you deal with those with the low counter unit army that he has built? You need Dow. Frost gets dropped. Forest protection onto the town center comes down. Hill fort going up onto this side. Temple as well going down. That's huge because that stops the Jutsu from coming in, which would be able to basically defend himself by itself. The Kuafu also all idled. Berserk's over onto this side, hitting off of the gold mine. Suppe is gold starved to some degree here, as the blazing prairie actually just gets dropped onto his own main base. You'd think that it would bring the units out of the frost tier, but that's not how it works. He is getting a lot of good value, takes out a lot of units, but the town center is down. Units will fall on the retreat. Behind this, we do have a very big upgrade, slash and burn, so Suppe can go into a lot of farms here for very, very cheap. Fire archers doing what they can to clean everything up. There's also a potential for a very quick burning pitch, which makes those fire archers even better at taking down buildings. The Tower will be able to deal with this hill fort. Fire archer versus berserk is a recipe for disaster there for Grass as he charges in onto the backside, not able to deal with these fire archers at the moment. Pulling back onto this side is the Tao cleaning up left, right, and center. The hill fort number 2 going to be going down here. Town center is back up for Suppe. He gets himself his Jutsu as well. With 55 favor in the bank, you have to expect him to build more of these. Tier, however, for Grass is on the way. It is not simple for Suppe to find himself the big advantage here. Ballet, Machine Workshop, Axe Carts to hit that town center makes sense. Up to the top side, there's another hill fort coming up as Suppe is in full send here. And the story of today has been players overcommitting to kill town centers. But Grass gets himself up the hill fort. We will see Hooves of the Wind coming in. Tiger Cav also. Southern Fire, another big upgrade for his fire archers. The town center falls so fast, and Axe Cart will be on the way on this left side, and Suppe has got the attachment to build it even faster. Grass back and forth here, not really able to get himself his own units in as the Tao Wu sends those units flying. We have Li Jing as well, stunning everyone up. He literally wins against these units. Still, now the Southern Fire is going to be coming in, which gives divine damage over there. Now the Axe Cart's onto this side. Axe Cart will take out the Longhouse and go after the town center next. Suppe is in he's in the position he likes to be, and this is him in full control. Grass, on the other hand, he has lost the initiative. He can no longer exert that multitasking power that he's got. Hill fort's going to be falling left, right and center. One Frost Giant to come in. Dwarven Mine getting dropped moments before the tier. You hate to see it. He didn't need to do that. He could have taken the time. Probably would have had more gold as well, because you get a big boost of resources where that's concerned, as the Li Jing hits that Grand Pagoda, stunning that Frost Giant up, and the Hill Fort's slowly but surely going to be getting taken down. In comes the Fimbulwinter, hitting villagers onto the goal, onto the food, onto the farms here. You've got to hit that town bell, otherwise that's a ton of villagers going down. Suppe not paying attention as the army charges through. Suppe pulling back. Does he actually garrison? Yes. And yes. Town center up onto this side. Going down. Ballet plus a fire archer should be enough to actually take out those berserks, as the axe cart going to continue its dominating ways. Suppe garrisoning back in. Li Jing yet again hits that Pagoda to keep him going. I don't know where they are, but where are the Zhu Chu right now? Of course, there are a couple of scary Godi. In comes Mountainous Might, which makes these Kuafu a incredible threat for these fights. But Suppe, he is dropping military here incredibly fast, as now the Kuafu getting involved on the actual fight. Jiang Xia trying to hold on over here. Tiger Cav coming through. We got another ballet on the way. The portable ram taking this position out. These Frost Giants are absolutely gigantic for grass at the moment. Suppe will pull back. He does still have a little bit of gold onto this side. He cleaned the town center up onto the left. But that Fimbulwinter turnaround was gigantic, as a once 100 villager in complete control, Husk Suppe Noir has become a shell of its former self. Hill Fort's up on the right. You can look to claim this gold mine as well. Suppe pulling back over here, looking to get another town center in. He doesn't need that. He just needs units. Grass's army looks absolutely disgusting at the moment. The power here. He has 7 Frost Giants. Portal Rams clean up this main base very quickly. One Sage will come through. Well, he gets a Frost, but I mean, that's about it. The army up on this top side just defending this position. The main base is going to be going down here. Temple goes down quickly. Main town center under attack. No units to defend. The town center will fall very, very fast. One Sage versus the... Look at the damage. This guy doesn't do any damage. I mean, he's not attacking a myth unit, that's why. Portable Rams will come over and kill off the ballet on the right. Grass says, my town center. Bravery on the way. Fire Archers back up to the top as the Berserks hitting this position, creating so much chaos. And what can Suppe do now? But watch as Grass takes the town center. The Frost Giants shut down these Tiger Cav. High value unit. But Suppe just can't get himself back up to population in this game. And Grass can just continue to push through. Hill Fort onto this side. Going up as the Fire Archers come back. They will be able to deal with a little bit of stuff here. Berserks go down, and Suppe does manage to get himself another gold mine. But now it's 4 town centers to 2. 235 pop to 116. 72 villages to 100. And 7.5k military resource value to 2.4k. The Earth Wall getting devastated on this side. And Grass doesn't need to care about a whole lot here. He can just rush this town center down as well. In comes Li Jing. will be an answer for some of these Frost Giants. Got to be careful here. Sending the Frost Giants too close. He does AoE damage on that ranged attack, so he can take out the units quickly, but does pick that one off. Town Center falls, and game 2 goes to grass. As this game was back and forth the entire way. I'm not sure what happened during this Fimble Winter, but Suppe just got brutalized. Fimble Winter hit, and Suppe went from 100 Vils down to 67. I don't think I've seen that much value from a Fimble Winter in a very, very long time. But grass, credit where credit is due. It looked hopeless for him after the defense of the town center and the push back. This town center falling, and Suppe looked $1,000,000, but he just couldn't stabilize. And grass is up now, 2-0. Let's jump back to the draft and see if we're going to see a second 3-0 here, a second clean sweep, or if Suppe can fight back. Let's jump back to the draft and see. Right, our next map is going to be a Quetzalcoatl versus Zeus. On the map, Blue Lagoon. Okay. Zeus here. Well, I gotta say, I think Zeus is really good versus the Aztecs. I've been saying this for a little bit, and I think we might see that from grass here. There's a lot of value from playing Zeus in this matchup versus, well, Quetzalcoatl and potentially also Huitzilopochtli. That being said, grass might have expected Susanol here. He might have expected Freya here. He doesn't get those matchups. He does get the Quetzalcoatl one. We'll see what Suppe is going to be able to come up with here. It's probably a matchup that Suppe hasn't played a whole lot, to be honest. Quetzalcoatl is kind of new, and the Aztecs are very new, actually, and there's a lot of matchups in this game to learn. Everyone unique. We'll see if he's going to be able to do it. And force a game 4. Let's jump into Blue Lagoon. We'll see if the grass winning waves will continue. Off we go. And off we go. Game 3. Left side of the map, the Zeus from grass. Right side of the map, the Quetzalcoatl from Suppe. Now, we saw grass play an incredible Zeus. I think it was grass. I could be wrong. An incredible Zeus versus El Matador yesterday. I think it was yesterday. Maybe the day before yesterday. He went for Hoplite, Manticore, Underworld, and caught Matador out in a really, really big way. I don't think that specific strat is as effective versus Quetzalcoatl, but Manticore versus Eagle Warrior, which is the main unit, the power unit for Quetzalcoatl, does make sense. That being said, the other unit that really makes sense here is Centaur. So Suppe is somewhat forced to go for Huehue Coyatl in this matchup. I've seen Patacatl work, but that was a while ago, and the Aztecs have been, well, the power balance has been shifted around a little bit. So I'll be interested to see which way Soup wants to go here, but the idea is that you have Tailwind and you have Lullaby in order to take out those centaurs. Grass has got Ceasefire, so you need both. Tailwind to pick off, or firstly Lullaby, Ceasefire drops, and then you go in with your Tailwind to clean them up in the next engagement. But Grass here says Athena is the god of choice, which I'm a little surprised about. So we'll see how it's going to go. And also, Soup, he doesn't have to go through Huehue here. It's not bad to do this versus Athena, but the other option of going for Patacatl is better against Athena. Nonetheless, up onto this top side, Ankh of Ra. Big favor increase there for whoever wants to pick that up. Always nice. Fetters of Fenrir. Over onto this side. Onto the right side, we have the 9 Cauldrons tech. That's actually kind of huge for Soup, if you can grab that. Because probably is going to be wanting to build some Sean ones here in this game. And we have the Atlatl of Ekatl, which is a crazy powerful relic for the Eagle Warrior spam. Now Athena is in. Temple up with the Fetters of Fenrir through. Minotaur chasing this Commission Spy away. They're equal on the speed, so the Commission Spy will get out of here. And I imagine Soup, very late advance time, he's got himself all of his Kalpuli outposts in. So no problems where that's concerned. As the Warrior Priest will charge forward and look for some early game damage here. Punch those villagers. Happy days. The villagers will pull back. There's nothing here to defend for the time being. A second town center going up from Grass immediately. Does get spotted by Soup here. As he's going to immediately run over there. He might even sacrifice the villager and get himself I don't think he's got the time, and get himself a Tezjipla, but that might just get bolted. And Soup charges forward. One Vil kill here isn't the end of the world. If you lose both of the warrior priests, he's going to get one Vil pick. But I said he's going to get one villager pick. He might be able to get away from here with the warrior priest. So probably a good trade. And Soup behind this can think, okay, do I go my own town center? Do we go for an all-in? These are the big questions now. And it looks like Soup says, okay. Oh, no, it's not a town center. The Kitsoskopos is checking things out. Shanks will come through, and no reaction from Grass as the Kitsoskopos dies. Leaves the Tonali there. Quick, run over and pick it up. I think it's worth more than bloodletting. Anyways. It's a couple of those Ocelot warriors, as I think Soup's game plan here is he does not want... Oh. Bolt onto the bunny rabbits. There you go. Don't think Soup really wants to play this game in the style that Grass wants to play it in. He wants to go full send. He's going to make those Ocelot warriors cause some problems. Low HP warrior priest. Is it going to go down? Yes, it does. Nice snipe there, but that is going to be a dead Jason as well. Not a cheap unit. There's 150 resources. All right. And onto this side. Hoplite. Slowly starting to come out. And I have to imagine behind all of this, Soup is going to be looking for a heroic age. He's doing this thing where he floats resources, looks to be aggressive. A little bit of pressure. You can get caught out really, really badly by doing this. Or it can get max value and you can get your heroic ages off. Trying to distract around onto this side as in comes the Ocelot Warriors diving in. Low HP villagers are in. Can he get them? Oh, he goes for the animation cancel. Misses it 3 times in a row. And Grass, he gets out of here without any losses. That should have been a villager or two here going down. Ocelot Warrior says no to the walls. I don't think there's... Well, there might be enough units here, especially if they dive out of the... What's it called? Out of this thing, out of this ambush. If they ambush here, as the next wall comes up, and that will get prevented. Another villager going to get targeted down here. He doesn't pick it off. 1 HP in a dream. Grass has got himself survival equipment. Another villager going down as Suppe is basically just sacrificing onto this. Turns around onto the hoplites. Ocelot Warriors are kind of 3 for 2 in terms of their value. But they lose a lot of value if they don't have that ambush going. If you see the red aura around the Ocelot Warrior, it does so much more damage because the attack speed goes through the roof. And Suppe actually gets some pretty big value here as he pushes Grass off of the hunt. Forces Grass to build forces Grass to build units in the classical age. And, well, all of a sudden, Grass might be looking like he's going to be getting gold starved in this game. Just on the fact that he's got no good gold mines on the map. Whoop, this Ocelot Warrior is having some issues. It doesn't go down. It lives with 9 HP. Okpakli Infusions is in as well, so these units will come back up to full HP. And we see the archery rangers coming through. And a second town center now on the way from Suppe. I couldn't be more confused. Well, the town center will basically change the way this game moves forward here. Suppe hasn't really equalized, but he's prevented Grass from getting anything that he wants to have going here into the main base here. The Ocelot Warriors raids are coming in. Looks like it will be another dead villager. Pulls back outside of town center range. Going after the other low HP villager. Every vill pick now will be Suppe basically catching up and taking an advantage here. These raids from Suppe have been impeccable. And he continues to enjoy this. It's only 0.3 HP per second. It's not a whole lot, but he's continuing to enjoy this Okpakli Infusions. Does drop 1 Ocelot Warrior, as the Pegasus will spot. But now it's 2 town centers up for Suppe. Other farms going up all around the place here. This is putting Grass behind in such a big way. All these farms are... How many? He's got 9. It's 75 times 9. So like 650, 675 or something, right? Resources that Suppe hasn't need to spend. Now, Coatlicue is going to be coming in. In comes the hand axe from Grass. His gold mine slowly dissipating. And the timing that is coming to hit Grass with this god power and everything else is going to be brutal. Noble's Hut's going up. I'd love to see Suppe get himself out a Kimichin spy to come through and just drop smoke traps around here as well. Walls coming back up onto this side as Suppe will notice it this time as well. Gets around the walls. That's going to be another dead villager there. The wall gets denied again. Upgrades also on the way for Suppe. Upgrades coming through for Grass as well. Grass gets himself a market up. More Toxotes on the way, but this does mean the Eagle Warriors, which should be joining in here momentarily, are going to be very, very powerful. Actually, never mind. It's just full Ocelotl Warrior into the end here. Had Grass gone for Hermes in this game, he would have been able to just be making Centaur in this situation. We will be seeing the Apollo coming through, so that might be the angle. Sit back, play defense. There goes the Earth Monster, trying to charge in and pick these units off, catching them out in the center here. They'll spit this all out in a couple more seconds. Now, obviously here, this is what Suppe wants. He just wants to get this damage done. The Ayototchitl will come through. Restoration gets dropped down, but these Toxotes have no front line here. I don't know where the hoplites are. They did get built a little bit as the Heracles will get targeted down. There is a Jason here. He could drop the Agave Bloom onto this position as well if he wants to. Get a huge amount of HP. Nullify the town center here as the Jason gets sent barreling away. I'm surprised that actually works on that. DLC privilege. There's a lot of unique or special abilities that don't work on heroes. That one working is a bit funky. The Ayototchitl still coming in. There goes the Heroic Age for Grass. He might be looking for an underworld passage to just get himself another gold mine. He's out of gold completely as the town center will survive. Manticore are now on the way. 12 villagers on the temple. This is where Grass wants the power. We've seen it before. We'll see it again. Manticore mean business. Behind this, though, Eagle Warrior, String of Hearts, Warrior Priests. And the Underworld Passage will come through. Right up to the most unknown position imaginable for Suppe. He doesn't have line of sight over here. He doesn't have line of sight over here. He sure as heck doesn't have line of sight over here. And Grass, he's going to get his fortress up. Militarily speaking, of course, Suppe is in front. But villager-wise, Grass is in front. The villagers will spot this, though, and, well, Grass, I think this is one of those situations where you got to be very patient if you're Suppe. He does have himself Agave Bloom. He does have himself Tailwind. A big push here could be really strong, or it could be devastatingly weak. Those Manticore are scary. They get used very well, but Grass pulls out. He's not paying attention. Huge from Suppe. Catches Grass out as the heroes get onto that backline. Taking out the Manticore. Does he get them all? I think he does. All 4 Manticore get cleaned up there as Grass's entire power just gets decimated. Why did Grass move off of the Underworld? He had the fortress. He had everything. He didn't need to leave that position. Now the fortress will be down. Grass will move into the center of the map. And Suppe finds himself in the most dominating position he's been in this series thus far. Behind this, another town center to come down. A little bit of a raid onto the gold villages here as the Agave Bloom also gets dropped for a huge food boost. And we've seen Suppe love himself some Mythic Ages with Quetzalcoatl before. Does he have himself up a great temple? He doesn't, but he is dropping one right in the center of the map. Hoplites are going to attempt to put a stop to this as the army is quite a way from getting in here to defend it. There is also going to be another earth monster available for Suppe momentarily. And onto the backside. Wall still coming up, trying to distract villagers over here, getting caught out. Random turkeys getting spotted there as well as the villagers get pushed off of the middle gold mine. Everyone getting sent back here is still got to be careful here. Those Manticore Toxotes aren't really in here. Peltas to take out the heavy Eagle Warriors feels like a good idea. But Suppe finishes his great temple. And I have to imagine a Mythic Age is going to be on the way. But which town center? And which god? Is there any other god? No. Tlaloc. Tlaloc is such a favorite of the Aztec players because of the gigantic boost to economy that you get immediately from getting that Tlaloc Q's tech, which makes all of your economic upgrades very, very cheap and also gives you 75 gold per economic upgrade. That being said, Suppe is taking his time here, not rushing it in this position. Town center number 4 going to be coming through. Main base looks like the option here. You also have to remember that String of Hearts is in, and if you go immediately for Burning Pitch, then that 1 crush damage with 30 Eagle Warriors turns into something like 4 crush damage with 30 Eagle Warriors. They can take down buildings very, very quickly. Suppe playing very, very respectfully at the moment. He definitely is going to be winning this fight. That's only 17 Peltas to 30 Eagle Warriors. Just to put it into perspective, these are 3 pop. These are 2 pop. So times that by 3, times that by 2. That's the difference maker. Suppe still playing very, very safe here. He doesn't want to take the fight. Does he have himself any sort of angle here moving forward? He's going to be throwing up another great temple. I think what Suppe wants is he wants the Son of Osiris, the Quetzalcoatl incarnate, to deal with all of this. That's a great temple in the middle. Does get spotted. Warrior Priest going down. We will see one Tajipla getting built here. As Grass will say, all right, time to run away. In come those Ocelot Warriors as the push coming from this left side from Grass. Grass also looking like he wants his own Mythic Age. Do you ever drop the Pillar of Tlalocan on this side or not is the big question. One Manticore down from the Ahuazotl. There's also access to another Earth Monster if need be. But the army for Suppe looks far too strong here. And Grass, he is sent all the way back. As Suppe now claims his first win, gets on the board. He manages a very nice game of Quetzalcoatl here. I gotta say, I didn't understand this approach from Grass. Back town center, yeah, it had elephant on it, but I kind of would have preferred to see the Hermes angle here. Because that gives you access to ceasefire, it gives you access to so much more power on a map like this where back town centers don't give you a lot. That being said, I think he got into a half-decent position when he got onto this gold mine. He just needed to sit on his underworld and get to that 190 population of Manticore, Peltas, Toxotes, Hoplite, Shenanigans, and he probably would have been in a pretty good spot. Or at the very least, bait out Tailwind, dive in, move forward onto this spot, put the fortress down again. Probably would have been in a good spot, but nonetheless, well played from Suppe. Let's jump back to the draft and see what they're going to pick for the next game. Next game is going to be a Set versus Shenong matchup. On what map was it? I can't remember. It is on Giza. So they are saving Mirage for the final, if there is a final. Grass is still one win away from complete victory here. So, okay. I'm going to get very upset if I see new bar here from Suppe. It is not the option versus Set. You want to make yourself... You want to give yourself rush ult, you want to give yourself access to Fey Beasts, and you want to have a really, really good game destroying any type of Set shenanigans, especially those slingers. I've played many a game versus high-level Shenong players. And if the Shenong player goes for Fey Beasts, say goodbye to the slinger. Okay. We'll see how they go. So, on the other side, there is some kind of nice, fast, heroic ideas that Set's got. He's got a lot of cheese. Taltier, good versus the slingers. Kind of, if you know how to use the special and you get enough of them out, but you generally don't have the favor for it, is the only issue. All right, guys, time for game number 4. Let's jump in to Giza. All right, in the left-hand corner of the map. Sorry, Eric, I'm just joshing you. In the left-hand corner of the map, we got Grass playing as Set. In the right-hand corner of the map, we got Suppe on his 3rd Chinese god. On his 3rd Chinese god. He has not had any success with China today. And I don't think, with the exception of the first game, I don't think that is with him not having some success, getting into a pretty good position with that Noir versus Thor. But now this is a completely different matchup. Goes very, very different to the Norse. You don't have to worry so much about the chaos that the Set can inflict. And there are a lot of really big power spikes that Suppe is going to have access to in this one. Let's check out some relics and see how things are going to go. Got the Huri's hunting bow. Plus 5% of base there for the villagers on hunt. Tiffing Angantir's sword going to be boosting up the lifesteal from units by 10%. Up onto this side, we have the Hummingbird's beak. This here is a pretty big relic in this matchup, because you're probably going to be building Dow, you're probably going to be building Axeman. A little bit extra bonus to deal with those, that goes a long way. And finally, one more relic over here is the Girdle for Polita with the ranged soldiers plus 10% hit points. Always going to be very nice. Temple coming up from Grass. And if we take a quick look at the town centers, this town center has 1 rhino, a gold mine pretty well placed on the back. This town center, also the 1 rhino. You always either get 1 or 2 rhinos on this map, and the gold mine's quite far forward. Now, if this ends up going the 2 TC situation, I think this is a little bit on the dangerous side for Suppe. Because he's going to want this town center. He's got back zebra. He's got the back gold mine. He's got the rhinoceros as well. This is close to Grass's good town center. So we'll see which way he wants to go. We are seeing a Anubis here from Grass. So obviously Grass is well aware of how bad the slinger is and decides, let's not go for the slingers versus Shenong. He's going to probably try and get a fast heroic off here, maybe with some spearman raids, and go into chariot archers. All right. Chiao from Suppe as well. It's a little bit of a wild play from Suppe, I'd have to say, because he's saying to himself, I think I can get my second town center up, regardless of what comes my way in terms of a shifting sands. Now, he does have some pretty strong defensive mechanisms inside of Prosperous Seeds, inside of the Yatsa. There's another relic coming in. This is the Huri's hunting bow. Not really the most important for Shenong, because you're not going to be on hunt for very long in this game anyways, because you've got all the Prosperous Seeds farms to eat. We will be seeing the Anubite and all the other stuff moving forward, looking for pressure, and the villagers will come in onto this side as Grass drops vision, sees the town center. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Plague of Serpents getting dropped down, and he does do that, but surely you just go farms here, no? Farm, and there you go. And this is not going to be an issue in the slightest here. Now, you could send a villager forward and try and snipe those farms. 2 villagers forward even, and try and snipe those farms. But the town center will be up momentarily. And some damage does get done here by Grass. All of these animals do have a negative multiplier versus buildings. They don't really know how the buildings function, so they can't go for the weak parts of the foundation. There's the town center now up. This is now the pioneers are hitting. All right. Well, Suppe either has to sit back and just take all of these out, or Alt S and say passive stance on the villagers and say no worries where that's concerned. Into the main base comes these Anubite raids. Gotta be just a little bit careful here, because the pioneers take them out very, very efficiently. Prosperous Seeds into the main base as the Anubites up onto this top side. That's going to be a Vil pick. Suppe not paying attention there. His pioneers sitting on the gold instead of chasing after the Anubite. Gets one shot off as the Anubite will dive up to the top side. Get out of there. Nice find from Grass with the early pressure. He's going to be looking for that heroic age, like I said. And on top of this specific situation, this specific setup, I think it's scary for Suppe. There's a lot of ways this can go really, really wrong for him here. My personal approach for Suppe here, if you read this correctly in this situation, is to be spamming out military units. You don't need to kill the set unless you catch him going for a fast mythic. You have to get the scout in. You don't have to kill the set, but you can't go heroic age here. Otherwise, life gets hard very, very quickly, unless you get max value out of Fey Beast, in which case you can go heroic age all you like. But unlike the Slinger, which dies basically instantly to the Fey Beasts, the Chariot Archers have got a lot of safety where that's concerned. As we are going to be seeing Halberdiers. But it's not just Halberdiers you need. As the unit's coming over. Oh, Grass retreats out of here. Does he have that off? No, he doesn't. Barracks coming down on the back from Grass as the pressure mounting. A little bit of scouting coming in from those pioneers, looking to potentially pick off villagers on the backside. There is the gold mine around the back here as well for Suppe to come in and prevent getting grabbed as well. Into this position though, sees the opportunity to maybe get a Vil pick. Does he get it? No. Very close, though, on the revenge villager kill. Villagers happily on the bottom food there. More Dow coming in for the time being. And also, because this is Nephthys and not Sekhmet, the Chariot Archers also lose a lot of values. This is all about a timing attack from Grass. Grass wants the timing. He wants to get the value, wants to kill them all. Nice raid here, though, from Suppe charging in. There's also the Scorpion Men there that he can target down. Doesn't have ballistics, though, so the Scorpion Men gets away very, very easily. Another villager goes down. Does he get one more? No. Meanwhile, Migdol Stronghold on the front. And we do see the Rushol coming through. Now, I say it because I know what happens here. I've played this situation before. This is not easy to play from the Shenong side of things. Migdol Stronghold in your face. There is lightning weapons to drop. And again, there's not really a huge amount of threat from those Chariot Archers that are probably going to be coming in here. The only threat is going to be the siege towers. So maybe Suppe is fine. He does need to spam out units and have a very, very specific, very, very good knowledge of what's actually going to be coming to him, because there could be a Thoth on the way here from Grass. Fast Mythic has been strong for a long time here, and it will continue to be strong. So you can't just sit back and wait in this position, otherwise you will get meteored and you will die. Cheeky Anubite raids coming in onto the back. The Baihu is an amazing answer to these Anubite raids. Not really any super weak units or super raidable units on the backside here. So Pioneers are in as well, ready to defend. This villager might end up going down as Suppe is paying attention here, and one villager will go down as the Anubites get sent packing. Baihu will pick off one, and potentially also the other one here. It does move faster than that Anubite. So 5 speed versus not 5 speed. And I think we aren't seeing the Mythic Age. So this is kind of good for Suppe. But Suppe is looking for his own Mythic Age? Are you kidding? Surely not. He's got so many resources yet again. Please get the attachment at the very least to spam those out faster. Camel Riders looking for that raid yet again. One of the weakest parts of the Shenong army is speed. And Camel Riders have that in spades at 6 speed. Main base going to be under threat here. There's a pretty safe wood line here. The villagers on this position look like they will survive for the time being. Suppe going to get a house up onto the top to say, help me out here. Do we see any red units coming back? Answer, no. As the siege crossbow slowly taking down the Migdol stronghold. But Suppe here, he's not reacting. He's got a, I mean, he could drop a farm and prosperous seeds here. No, he'll just push through and then go into the tower. No problems as the halberdiers make their way back. Onto this position. Dow Swordsman coming through. He does want to drop Fey Beast. He's got to be careful not to place it directly on top of those priests. He catches out those Chariot Archers nicely, and Grass doesn't dive into the Migdol stronghold. Over onto this side, villagers still getting taken down, but the halberdiers are in hot pursuit. Guafu sitting on the back. Suppe in full control right now as the ancestors will get dropped over here. The halberdier get pulled away. Where are the heroes? Fey Beast finishes up. Does the halberdier also need to get somewhat micro, though. The Baihu will come in. That can actually deal with those minions pretty well, too. Back into the main base comes the Camel Riders as the villagers will dive back over onto the herdables here. Another Migdol stronghold for grass. And a lot of the pain is over. There is still a lightning weapons, though, actually. I misspoke. No way. Town Center is going to defend this. You can also pop out and just shank down those Camel Riders. They're pretty weak against villagers shanking. Suppe on the front. Getting caught out just a little bit as he pulls back away from those chariot archers. Javeliniers now on the way. Once you get those upgraded to heavy, I think they go... Oh, they're still a little bit behind on the range. Champion Javeliniers that go same range as the chariot archers, but with the speed that they have, they can kind of get in and get the damage done anyways. I kind of feel like he should just chase the Camel Riders with the Baihu, but gets in. Grass. Going to be losing all those Camel Riders there. One final one remaining. And one thing that Grass has managed to do with these raids is buy himself some time to make a pretty big army up. But the problem here is he doesn't have any advantage. Suppe grabbing himself another town center at the top. This obelisk will get shanked down. Spearman gets sent off to try and track those down. Suppe still doesn't have himself ballistics here. That is a massive no-no at this point in the game with that many archers. Town center, 15 seconds from completion. There is access to another Prosperous Seeds here, so probably not going to get any value anyways. Is the priest going to be diving off? Oh, not diving, but sniping down those Baihu. The Javeliniers trying to charge forward and take out the chariot archers there. There goes the lightning weapons. Both Baihuas have fallen before the fight even started. The front line will end up getting obliterated here as the spearmen on the back. They get a Vil pick, but all three spearmen end up dying as the Q is back in for Suppe. I have to imagine he wants this Mythic Age. On the other side, there is always this threat of Thoth from Grass. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes Horus here, but Thoth makes just that little bit more sense. Machine Workshop on the side. Might go down here, but even if it does, it's not a good trade. Siege Tower for a Machine Workshop. Always good. As Huang Di, pre-queued, but no ballet up. Onto the top. Camel Rider sitting the gold mine here. As Suppe trying to charge forward. Will get himself that Divine Judgment shortly. As he still doesn't have ballistics. You can't win these fights without ballistics on the Javeliniers. Great control from Suppe right now. Not paying attention anymore. Hitting the siege towers. This fight is going very, very well for Grass. And we see some villager picks up onto the top. I don't know what Suppe is thinking here. And Grass gets a very much needed misplay from Suppe. And, well, now Grass can start thinking about Migdol creeping onto this town center. And we still don't have... There's the ballet now. Huang Di is going to be really strong, though. Because there's really not that many priests. In fact, there's no priests here for Grass. One big Jutsu coming in as the siege towers going to try and break through onto this side. Suppe is out of gold at the moment. This is such a crazy position to now be in after having such a massive advantage. Javeliniers will now start taking those chariot archers out much better. Onto this side, the siege towers probably will clean up the town center, but with the Jutsu here to take out that front line, this is kind of a difficult fight for Grass to take. No priest, no pharaoh here, so it's just massive damage onto that front line. All the siege towers end up falling, but there's a military advantage in a big way here. As the front line of Camel Rider, Spearman does get taken out. The back line of Chariot Archer also going to be going down quickly here. One myth unit changes everything, ladies and gentlemen. This one myth unit with no priest behind it, it just comes in and cleans house. It only says 400 damage, but I think it doesn't calculate the burning damage it does from the AoE. Without question, this guy has done way more than that. Migdol's coming up all across the map now for Grass, however, as the only way he finds a advantage, a game-winning play here, a game-winning situation here in this game is going to be with a gold starve on the next gold mine. Suppe will be getting introduced to this fact momentarily as in comes the Ying Long. He doesn't want to use it onto the army. He takes down the villagers onto the top. But this allows Grass to win this fight to some degree. Suppe will be pulling back as now a Hundun on the way. And Suppe claims at least one more gold mine. Another Ancestors coming in from Grass. Not many heroes in for the time being for Suppe. So this is a pretty decent usage of this god power. Suppe continuing the fight here rather than running though, as the military buildings will be getting taken out. While Suppe picked off a lot of villagers with the Ying Long. The army here is going unchecked, and Suppe's military drops to 6 population. The Ying Long going to be hunting more villagers over here. Grass not paying attention. He's at 80 villagers now. He's now retreating. No, he's not. Now he is. He's retreating, but the villagers will all fall. But does it matter? Suppe's infrastructure getting blown up. Idle villagers everywhere. Up to the top side, going to be hitting off of this gold mine too. Wenzhong coming through. Lots and lots of Dao swordsmen on the way. Ying Long pushes off the gold mine on the front as now the priests are after him, but he does move way faster than the priest. Very, very tough unit to deal with. 7 villagers in this ballet ready to help defend as the Dao Sportsmen will do what they can. Main base under attack here as the Imperial Academy goes down. Siege towers getting some damage everywhere. As the Ying Long will attempt to rotate around here and help defend on this top position. It's 2 town centers apiece, but it's 190 pop to 118. Suppe's queue is gigantic as he's trying to get more military camps in. I wouldn't be upset at seeing Tiger Cav here either. Cheap on gold, heavy on food. That's exactly the issue right now. As the Wenzhong will go down, Suppe needs to stop fighting until he has a presence in this game. Priest over here could get caught out by the army, and then the Ying Long will be able to come in and wreck house. But Suppe says it's time to fight yet again. Charging straight in onto this one. We do have another attempt at a Migdol stronghold, but the Ying Long sees blood. He sees the opportunity. There's also the Qing Long here as well. That's going to be getting some massive damage onto the villagers there as the Chariot Archers pull all the way back. Does he have enough to finish off the Migdol? Answer is yes. And the Pharaoh now will start getting some much needed damage onto this Ying Long, but the Dao are already over there as Suppe is pushing Grass back after all that chaos has been dealt with. Villagers trying to put the gold mine up. Ying Long plus Qing Long up onto this top side to kill off even more villagers as Grass needs to pull back from that. He just can't deal with these flying myth units causing havoc everywhere. A Hundun would not go astray here from Suppe either to take out Migdol strongholds. It's an incredible unit as up to the top checks this gold mine. There's also this one though. Dao's in hot pursuit as now champion archers is going to come through, and these Wuzhu Javelineer become a amazing answer to the Chariot Archers. Special attack gets dropped down as the Chariot Archers take a pretty decent amount of damage there. Migdol Stronghold on this position will go down. Remember, this gold mine is all Soup has left under his control. He's going for the town center here. Does sit underneath the Shenong farm, so no way to stop that without killing off them. As the Migdol will get picked off. Javelin is trying to push forward, trying to take out Chariot Archers here. Yinglong, Dao Swordsman rotating around. They see the villagers again onto this side. Gets the damage done, picks a couple more villagers off. Javelin is slowly taking down Chariot Archers, and Grass is just falling further and further behind. The priest managed to get a nice find on the Yinglong though, and that will be exactly what Grass needs. Taking out the Yinglong, shutting down those raids. Huge for Grass, but is it too little too late? Dao Swordsman onto the back, going to clean up the priests here. Allows some potential late game myth units. Could also go for a lightning weapons here if he wants. But ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to call it too soon, but it looks like we're going to be heading to a game 5. And I'm going to already tell you, it's probably going to be a game 5 of Frere versus Kronos. Not a simple matchup to play for either side. Migdol Stronghold's going down. Grass is still fighting though. He's getting the gold over here. Trying to take units out all over the place. Trade route to start up as well. But Soup now up to his 3rd town center. He's got fortified town centers. He's at full population. Armory upgrades nearly fully in. And there goes the tap out. Game 5 it is. As Soup doesn't make it easy. Doesn't make it easy on himself here. But he manages to pull out the win. And we've got that game 5 that you all want to see. You all want to see it. Let's jump back into the draft. And I have to say, we're going to be seeing Frere versus Kronos. I don't see what else we're going to be seeing. It could be Susanoo from Soup. I doubt it. Let's jump back over into the draft and confirm. Well, let me just read you what the chat says between Soup and Grass. I mean, God Picker wasn't even necessary, but whatever. Kronos, Frere, Mirage. Grass could have picked Isis here, to be completely honest. That would have caught Soup out. I've got to give the point over to Soup. Soup won because he didn't go with... True. He should have made slingers and then lost even faster. All right. Yeah, Susanoo is pretty good versus Kronos here as well, I'd have to say. But you have to be prepped for it, which I imagine Soup is prepped for the Kronos because of the way that he banned. If he was not prepped for the Kronos on Mirage, he probably would have banned Kronos and let Gaia through. So I've got to imagine that Soup is prepared here. I've seen Garneth win this matchup. I've seen, I want to say, Magic win this matchup as Frere. I don't think it is super simple. I don't think it is Frere favored. But I think it is Frere. I think it is skill-based at the very least. And there's a lot of ways things can go very, very wrong for both players. So what does Soup have to do to make sure that things don't go wrong? 1, Be very liberal with that early game Gullen Burster usage. You do not need to get max value from it to win versus Chronos. 2. Asgardian Hill Fort immediately. Do not wait. You don't even need anyone building it. Just needs to be safe in your base. No worries. And 3, be very prepared to punish a fast second town center by going for early rams. Those things are really, really key. We have this matchup with Magic B the other day. Don't know. I can't remember. We could see a cheese here from Soup. It's been a while. He hasn't actually played for any cheese. It's all been eco greeds. I think every single... Wait, has he gone eco greed every single game? I think so. Mushi game, he went 3 Kwafu. New Wild game, he went far second town center. Quetzalcoatl, he went for the 3 Kalpuli. Shannon game, he went for... I think he went for the fast town center. I think it was 3 Kwafu. Yes, it was 3 Kwafu, so that's slightly less eco greed. I guess it is time. It's time for Soup to pull out some of that cheese. That cheddar cheese. If it does end up being a Ford gold mine, he might go for it. All right. Well, one last game, guys, for the semifinals. We do have the grand finals after this. We'll be taking a 15-minute break after this game concludes. Mosca is waiting in the wings. So there's a little bit of something where that's concerned to wait for, but don't go nowhere. But don't worry about it, because we're going to be watching Kronos versus Freyr on the map Mirage for game number 5. Let's check it out and see who is going to be moving on to meet Mosca for the chance at Athens. One last game. A battle of greed versus aggression. That's been the story of this series. One final defense. One final aggro. Grass, he's got the aggressive god. He's got Kronos. Soup, he's got the defensive god. He's got Freyr. The map is Mirage. Let's check out the relics. Though they generally don't have... Holy, never mind. Grass-cutting sword here is kind of gigantic for Soup. Huskal? Plus 5% move speed? Wait. I can't remember. Does this also give... Wait, I've got to check this out. This doesn't affect the Huskal, right? Or does it? No, it doesn't. It doesn't affect the Huskal, but it does affect the Berserks. They can get really, really fast. Oh, the omens! The omens can't... We cannot ignore the omens, Arcantos. Poseidon's wrath is clear. Grass will be having his grass cut. I don't even know what that means. Blue Crystal Shard over here, however, is a huge relic for Grass himself. Onto the bottom side, text of Imhotep. Minus 10% of the build time. And finally, the Eye of Horus. Some really, really impactful relics here. Generally, Kronos has got the advantage to pick them up. But we'll have to wait and see what's going to be happening. Grass is taking a somewhat slow advance time here. You can go for something like a 6 fishing ship advance and hit, I think it's like a 4 minute 4-minute advance, which is pretty scary for the threat, and get the fishing ships, the remaining 3 fishing ships out if you want. And well, it's not really what's going to be happening here. Grass going to be going for an extra 2 citizens on top of what I think is possible for Kronos here. So it's not a crazy rush. One completely alternate way to play this as Kronos. Lots of Kronos players have been doing this. They run in, they want to time shift, they want to take value here. One alternate way to play this as the Kronos is enjoy the fact that you've got 9 fish and enjoy the fact that your opponent is playing defense and just go straight into hero citizens. You get a gigantic eco advantage. You prevent your opponent getting these town centers. And that can be the angle to find a win rather than trying to outplay in the early game with the rush. But that's not what Grass is about. Grass wants to go full send. Over onto this side. Doc coming up. Did Soup see the relic? Well, I wonder if Soup saw the relic, guys. Grass has got an opportunity to take this one. In fact, if he doesn't heroize this and take this relic, I have to start asking some questions. I gotta say, Grass does play a lot of, like, what we call secret scrims. And inside of those secret scrims, there is a tendency, well, not a tendency, there is no, there goes the Asgardian Hillfort. There is no, whoop, whoop, whoop. They generally don't pick up the relics. Oracle spotted, Doc spotted. Gonna go after the Oracle, leaving the relic there. At the very least, the Oracle will go down. And Grass could have just valid the Oracle, taken the relic, and kept his Oracle alive. Anyways, we will see both players getting themselves out. A Bareem and a Longboat to start the game off with. The rest of the units are going to be coming over here as, well, this hasn't been a rush at all. There's been no ag... Oh, he does valorize the Oracle. Please tell me he grabs a relic. Grass cutting sword is in. All right. Trying to attack this does give a whole bunch of favor over to Soup as well. And here's the other thing. Because Soup drops the Asgardian Bastion immediately, 3 minutes later, and 60 favor, just 60, you don't need 100, 60 favor later, and he's going to be able to put another Asgardian Bastion down. Or he can take advantage of all of this extra favor that he gains, and he can go into, well, he can go into whatever he wants here. The Oracle Hero did end up falling, and this very speedy Ursa is now charging around the map. Wait, does this not... Yes, 5 speed Ursa. There you go. That's the Asgardian Bastion. We'll be finishing up. Grass not paying attention. He loses himself that hero Murmillo. Really not something that he can afford there. Focusing on the micro for the time being as Soup does need to be looking to get something else out here. In comes the Dreki. Playing defense underneath the docks here is the way to go. So you pick off the Bareem. 10 HP in a dream there as the deconstruction gets dropped down. Over onto this side, the dock getting targeted down though. And as the longboat comes through, and this is now somewhat of an advantage here. The Bareem's going to stay alive with 10 HP, but the dock's going to go down. Up onto this side, Ursa are needed to clean these Prometheans up. You don't want to lose the dock, but both players are going to be taking a loss there as Grass is going to drop this dock over here. Hasn't put himself a mana down on this side either to build these docks faster. And in comes the Ursa. Dock with just a little bit of HP remaining. As surely these Bareems get taken out. Fishing ships coming through. Low HP, but 10 HP in a dream. Finally gets taken down. The dock is cleaned. Soup doesn't want... He really doesn't... Oh. Time shifted dock gets cleaned quickly there. He doesn't want to overcommit to deal with these Bareems, but he does need to get one more dragon ship out as the Murmillos get taken down. And Soup, you got to say, he has played this early game as cleanly as he possibly can. And he's got enough for another Asgardian Bastion. He's looking like he wants to go to the heroic age. We do see a town center coming down from grass as the manners get dropped forward. Berserk gets sent back here. I think it has 5 speed as well, but it's just getting smacked to smithereens by the Murmillo. There we go. Gets away from him. And finally, the last surviving ship of grass gets taken out. And Suppe now, armory down. And the question is, do you go insane here with a big push? Or do you just go heroic age? Or do you just go for town centers? Dwarves get their way up to the top side. Grass is already over there. This is a must deal damage type of situation. Walls coming up everywhere. Suppe, he is very in tune with this style of play. As the Murmillos will prevent that from going in. One dwarf kill, potentially more. The Murmillos do have a bit of a retreat here and getting to safety as the dwarves can now make their way up onto the gold mine. Nice play there. I'm going to try and finish off the dock. Any ghost buildings? Yes. Another ghost building over here is going to be possible, but does not need to do so. And Grass buying himself some much needed time to enjoy this town center. He wants a heroic age in himself. Being 2 TC versus 1 TC, I'd say it does matter. You can see the differential in villages here is pretty stark. Great hauls coming down, though, from Suppe, as I have to imagine it's going to be right into Jarl's. Another town center up as well. And there's so much favor for Rock Giants. I don't know if Grass is going to have the economy to deal with 4 or 5 Bergrizi Rock Giants. Because he can't get the heroes in, because he just can't afford to build both unit and hero. Very expensive to make that happen. Not only that, now Suppe's going to get himself all of his upgrades in. And that's going to be really nice for him. Walls need to get dropped literally everywhere as well. You don't want to allow things like this, as the Berserks are going to sneak through. Does Suppe go for the cheeky dock here? Fact of the matter is, it's not the most efficient because an Arid will be there to defend. But he checks out this town center. Does he know just yet that this is in? Nope. And the calm before the storm has one Oracle searching. It does get spotted by Suppe. Those will chase after these. Throws his own walls up as well. One Berserk only to clean up that Oracle. The walls will come down on this bottom side. The map slowly but surely will be locked up. What is the realistic counter to all of these walls? Well, Vortex is going to be an option for the Chronos. Town centers, hero villages, and basically max grade on eco. That's how you kind of punish these types of wall spamming. Because they do cost resources. It does slow down the actual attacks and things like that, so you can go max grade into citizens. Then, when you pick off the wall, you have to also bring your own citizen forward to put perpendicular walls in the way. Another attempt at a raid here going after the Ox Guard is actually quite smart because it stops potential upgrades from coming in. But Suppe now has his walls set up. Satyr's getting some good damage done on that retreat. Walls over onto this side coming down. He's just too late to stop them. And with the grass cutting sword, 5.3 speed on the Berserks. Are you kidding me? That's like he's playing Odin, but he's Freyr. Can you trade her an Ox Guard? I don't believe so. Maybe. You can trade her a villager. Wall gets broken down. You have to send a villager forward. What do I mean by perpendicular wall? Yes. Just build the wall in the middle of the choke point. And then the next wall that comes in, if he wants to not clean that up, he has to go basically like this and around like this. It's anyways, you have to do that to beat Norse in 2026 at the top level. But Suppe, I mean, he is kind of falling behind, so to speak, on eco. The only issue is that he has full value with Gullenbursty Tempest. Which basically just means that, well, Grass kind of needs a Vortex here just to avoid the Gullenbursty Tempest. Suppe for the moment, sitting back, waiting. Another Great Hall to come up onto this side. Another Great Hall. Lots of favor in the bank. Looks like he wants that Mythic Age. Raiding Cavalry also on the way. Bit surprised to see that it's not just pure Yowls, as the Contarius do manage to slip in onto the backside. A couple of Berserks are here to say, not today, Sonny Jim. As Destroyers, difficult unit to make work versus the Norse because of those thrown axemen. Now, Suppe says, let's get going. There will be, surely, Tempest, Gullenbursty, but Suppe says, I don't need it. He charges forward. Chaos gets dropped. Horriballister, shoot and scoot on the retreat here. There goes the Tempest to prevent the retreat even more. There is a nice Magyar-style wall throwback to the OG GOAT. He gets out of that Tempest, but a couple of Satyrs are left remaining. Rock Giant coming in to take out the town center here. We do have one hero, Murmillo, in to deal with this. Barracks getting cleaned up right and left. Good retreat there from Suppe as the military numbers here for Grass just aren't cutting it. Suppe has got such a strong army. Does he have full... He doesn't even have the armory upgrades. Grass, on the other hand, he's going up to bronze there as well as the Destroyers pulling through the palace. Villagers on this side going to be going down too. And what else can Grass do? He's got to get himself his army back out. Suppe is somewhat over-committing here. But now he's got a portable ram. He's got so much favor. He can go for another Tempest. Surely he builds Bergrizi, though. He's got so much wood. So much favor. Palace up onto this side. Going to get denied by the Berserks. And the town center for Grass is going to be falling. No. Yes. Behind this, Suppe. Not training units again. Is he out of gold? He gets a town center up onto this side. He is out of gold. Well, Suppe moving in onto this side. He does have the walls up here, but it's not fully walled up. And, well, Grass actually survives that push. Not getting armory upgrades is a sacrilegious mistake from Suppe. With Frere, they're so cheap. There's no excuse. In fact, normally you see Frere players have 2 or 3 armories up to just make sure they get them in even faster. Destroyer's going to try and take this position out. Axe thrown axemen just kill off Destroyers so fast. How do you actually attack a Norse player with Kronos is the question. How you kill off their buildings. Normally you go rear. Rear is the best option if you have it. If you don't have rear, well then you need to place palaces in the front to continue streaming units in. Suppe's third town center almost up. He's still not training units. He's finally started his armory upgrades. And he does have another Tempest in the back pocket. Oh, he's building Bergrizi and getting upgrades now. But I'm going to say it. This is one of those rare situations where I want to see the Tempest because now we can go Gullenbursty Tempest combo. He's got a town center over here. Hillfort coming up onto this right side. And of course, this town center, and surely we see a Gullenburst here at some point, no? You can drop that onto the back here, and what do you do if you are Grass at the moment. Units charging for. He's just holding on to it. I don't know why. In comes the Rock Giant. You can also get the taunt while the Gullimbursty gets dropped down for max value, but not going for it. He doesn't need it. Suppe's on 4 town centers. Raids into the main base. Portable Rams getting spammed out here as the Fort Palace gets denied. And Suppe slowly pushing through here. 196 of 266 population. Watchtowers in onto this position. Catapulties will not be helping versus these Berserks, as the main town center is going to be dropping very, very fast. Suppe pulling back. Trying to just say, hey, I'll keep the pressure going. Take your units out. And then we'll see. In onto this side, another attack. Surely Tempest here, no? Gullimbursty Tempest is pretty disgusting on this position, but the Satyrs, how are they going? They're getting some good value. 21 kills, 44,000 damage, 4,400 damage, 4,500 damage there. Town Center in the main base does manage to stay alive, but more portable Rams are coming through as Suppe charges forward, trying to get those Bergrees to get that taunt onto the Arcus. There's more units to stream through. Suppe has a lot of gold, a lot of wood in the bank. Another hill fort to come down. Slow and steady wins the race, as they always say. But as Norse, it's build as many hill forts as you possibly can, because why not? Atlas on the way now for Grass, however. So that might be a bit of a turnaround here. What is the gold situation? 3,000. 2,000. This is Suppe's last gold mine. And Suppe says, I'm staying heroic age here. Onto this side. Hill fort gets taken down with that deconstruction. Palace coming up as well for Grass. It's going to be a tough game to find the win here, but Implode is going to be a big help to make it happen. On top of that, Atlas brings Super Fanatics, which are somewhat difficult to deal with. More portable Rams on the way. As the Palace on the front gets taken down, the Bergreezy happily enjoying HP back every time they do damage to a building. They do gain a little bit of HP back. 50% of damage dealt there on those buildings, as Grass needs to attack this position. Another hill fort coming up behind the town center, though. Again, there's still this 200 favor Tempest sitting here waiting to be used. Hero Arcus are not the option versus these 75% Pierce Armor Rock Giants. You need melee or crush damage to take them out. Town Center falls. Grass is now down to 1. His Atlas is still coming through. But Suppe has a dominating amount of military units here. 276 population. In comes the Mythic Age. In comes the Implode. What is going to happen to this army of Suppe? He tries to bail out. He does get out with a handful of units. He drops down the 230 pop. That's it. He's still got plenty more behind this. And now we will see Vidar coming in. Rather than spending on the repopulation, the town center will come back up for Grass over here. Argus coming in as well. A spicy game to continue along as the town center remains on this side. The other thing is there is a gold mine down the bottom that Suppe can sneak for. This one does get secured by Grass. And Suppe looking for more pressure here while he's waiting for his Mythic Age. One thing is for certain. Grass is not making it easy on Suppe in this series. Every win is hard fought. Every single moment here is incredibly tough. There is still Ghoul Bursty in the back pocket for Suppe, and he's going to be able to drop a potential Inferno, Tempest, Ghoul Bursty here. The other option would have been actually to go Hell for the Tempest Nidhogg combo, which I don't know if you guys know about it, but you know how often we see damage done with Vidar with that Inferno? Well, Nidhogg is a little bit more consistent. Mermillo's charging it onto this side. Now's coming over onto this position as the Argus going to start bashing away. Can Suppe hold the town center on this position? Answer is, well, yes he can for the time being. Throwing Axeman to deal with the Fanatics. Berserks to deal with the Fire Siphons. Villagers trying to get forward buildings up. These units over here are getting cleaned up, and Suppe not microing. Those Argus are getting some mad value. But while this goes on, in comes the portal ram to take out this town center. Suppe now onto this gold mine. In comes the Inferno as he hits the villages. And we don't get to see the boom because Grass doesn't want to show it to us. But that would have been a lot of dead villagers and a dead palace there. And Suppe manages to take the win in 5 games. He just wants to get more games in. This guy did not make it easy on himself in the slightest here, ladies and gentlemen. An impeccable series from both, every game closer than the next. But better luck next week for Grass. He will not be able to be meeting Mosca in the finals on this day. Suppe, however, he needs to get a power 15-minute break because he has to back up and play a best of 7 right now against a Mosca who has been sitting for the past 2 hours enjoying the action. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short break. Don't you guys go nowhere. We'll see you in about 15 minutes. Get a beverage, get some snackaroonies, and we'll see you soon. Whistler Putchley Incarnate is here. The new fire ceremony does get dropped. Of course, B also sacked his own units, get himself out something, but there's 2 Tajiplas. Special attack coming in. It's a boost of damage for the Gardath army. As he's breaking through the center, there is still a pillar of Tlalocan to drop down on this position to help B stabilize. But he's not doing it. And in comes it now finally. There is the Ayatollah, but that does not have much HP left. Sitting underneath this could be very, very dangerous. The town center ends up falling. The Atonton smashes will start coming in as well. Little bits of damage to come through. Lots and lots of dead units from Garnath. Now into the center of the map. This fight, I don't know if it's quite good for Eric BR. Izamato is looking incredibly powerful here. Missing himself his actual upgrades, though. He needs that next tier of Bushido. He's still a little ways away from it. There goes a nice Valkyrie spawn to help him out, but the Juragumo is working to take that one down. Bushido tier 2 does come through, and that there is now going to be a lot of dead Ursa, and Izamato is in a commanding position here. And there goes that tornado as the Kwafu are going to move off of this gold. And this is the last little bit of gold that Magic has. He's trying his hardest to bring this game back from the brink, but he is getting pushed off of everything. He needs units over here. The one Avenger on this side is going to be some issue. Create some problems as the Lullaby does get dropped. You drop Lullaby, you go after the Commoners on the back. He's trying to take a couple of units out one at a time as the Heroes getting cleaned up. Lullaby finishes, and now, well, Recon's going to be ready to actually fight. The Kamatachi do huge damage to these infantry units as the Cody Warriors coming around onto the back line trying to take out the Bushi there, but that is an overwhelming victory for Recon, and Suppe just taps out. He is not... Grouse will just pull back. He's trying to get himself more units out. Heavy cap to come through, and there Recon controlling his army, trying to take the fight. Grass is just full send at the moment. Onto the backside come the Contarius. Still no chaos in from Grass as he drops it onto the left side. Recon has spread his units out very, very nicely. You also have to remember that these units are fighting on top of Gaia Lush. So that's HP regen while it's all going on as the heroes come onto the back there. Hesperid's tree for the HP regen as well, as that's 5 HP a second from both of the Hesperid's trees. And Grass goes for the Hail Mary on that fight. And Recon, as Recon does best, simply says, "What are you doing? You can't win this fight. Please leave." That being said, the Suppe Ocelotl Warriors, they're going to be going hard. If Suppe can utilize these trees and then dive out of it, which he can do, he gets so much bonus damage here on this fight. He's feeling like he can actually take the fight as the Ayatochli comes through, rolls into the main base, and go out to the town center again. Onto the backside, though, the Eagle Warriors, they're getting chased down, and there goes the Earth Monster. After all is said and done, Suppe sacked a bunch of villagers to make that happen there. Can he win the fight, though, after all is said and done? 3K versus 3K units are falling. The Ayatochli here is the main amount of assistance that Suppe actually has in these fights. And now Mosca says, "I'm getting out of here." As another. There goes the Earth Monster. The last little bit of HP from that Agave Bloom did get stolen away. Now Gulumbursti is brought in to say, I don't want to deal with, I don't want to lose all my units to the Earth Monster. But immediately, Suppe just says, "No problems. Let me just kill it." The bunnies are sitting here waiting. The units are going to get thrown straight back out. And now the bunnies are back onto it. And it looks like Duderson, he's going to lose everything. Townsend is going to fall. And this might not help. This might not help Eric as much as you think. Because there's a whole bunch of militia that are going to spawn from it. Onto the top side, the Raiju is going after villagers. Villagers are going to pull back to the town center. They can't garrison there, though. That's going to be tough, but the Naginata Riders are going to be going down as now the heroes can come in, chasing the one unit away. Great control from Eric to stay out of that, but those militia, they have bonus versus cav. They're going to get through those cav very, very nicely, as the hero numbers for Mosca, he does still have them all alive. He's been keeping them very much alive, and Eric just loses the entirety of his army. He killed off a town center. He didn't kill off that many villagers. And I think Mosca not only held that, but he came out way in front. The longer Grass waits, the stronger this Aztec army becomes. As the Hursa splitting off, coming up onto the top. There goes the flaming weapons. As these Hursa are late to the party, but they're going to be coming in nonetheless. Can drop down some buildings as well if he wants to stop them from getting away from here. So the cavalry are a long way away. The wall a long way away as well, but Izumato, he's getting that one taken out by Grass as Grass prevents the retreat there as well. Now the speed walking from the Eagle Warrior reinforcements to get everyone back home, but the villagers onto this side now going down as Grass needs to think about splitting off onto there to take those all out. But nonetheless, now the main base is going to be under attack. Another Ayatochli comes in, going to send everyone for 6. The 10-pin bowling is in session. Ayatochli gets blood packed, but I mean, that's not that big of a deal, especially with this amount of Ursa, as that's going to get cleaned up. And Grass looks to absolutely bulldoze the Izumato army here. Vortex, Chaos, that is an ability here for Recon. And now he does pull in. Now he's going for it. There goes the Chaos as the unit's going to be popping in. That's 3 seconds of idle time with a crazy amount of damage. And B, I don't think he can afford to lose all of these units. The Fire Siphon's getting taken out on the back there. Terma trying to take out all the units as well. More hero units to come through, and Recon is going to clean house here. As B says, all right, no worries. Let's pull up to the top. Take your town center out. It's already back up. What is he doing? Did he just lose his mind? No way. Garneth has literally just lost his mind. This is going to be Swampland. This is going to be Thunderburst. Recon is looking at this going, what is happening here? In comes the heroic age. Swampland gets dropped. Thunderburst comes down. Even if the town center dies, it doesn't matter. I don't understand this in the slightest. Units getting thrown for 6 here. In come the Naginata Riders. Is there enough stuff here for recon? Garnet is full send at the moment. There's also going to be reinforcements coming through. The Swampland ends. Villagers now getting into the mix. Idle villagers over here. There's the towers also in onto this spot. There's also a Kusanagi that can get dropped down that recon now finally drops in. Of course, all the villagers are dying. Garnet's down to 15 villagers. He's trying to make his units out to start dealing with these Jaguar Riders. They're going to dive in. Can Matrius hold this is the big question. Chariot Archer Micro going to start coming in as the Scorpion Man around on the side. Those priests need to be getting this damage done. But they're not. Migdol Stronghold getting empowered as Matrius just not able to deal with these units. One of those Obsidian Shards to come through as well. That's another unit that you need to have the Siege Tower out to actually deal with, funnily enough. Up onto this top side, the medium Jaguar Riders getting targeted down again. Another Obsidian Shard coming in. What has he got? He's got an Obsidian Butterfly coming out of here. I think the other one was in a Yotochli as well. As Matrius, does he have enough stuff to hold this is the question. Chariot Archers doing a good job here to take out the remaining Jaguar Riders. There's not that many here. But an Yotochli comes in. So that's going to 10-pin bowl everyone away. There are the priests in for the moment. They're going to take out the Yotochli. The Migdol will survive. And it looks like the worst of it could be over. There is a Ghoul and Bursty that should get dropped here for Magic immediately. And it is going to happen. He is coming through. He's looking straight onto the back line. Throwing Axemen going up against each other. The raiding cavalry here can't get around onto the back as a Drauga spawns. There goes the healing spring. This fight here cannot be good for Izumato. He's got to run, and that is a overwhelming victory for Magic in this fight. The trolls get sent flying. 1 troll down, 2 trolls down. Magic now going to be pulling back. The Ghoul and Bursty is going to be threatening those units back, and Magic gets his position here set up that in effect, and this is going to be a big fight. This is the thing though, the Eagle Warriors here don't do much versus those Dow Swordsmen, but the Fire Archers are going to drop like flies as there goes the Drought, as everyone's going to lose about 10-8% HP on this fight. Is this enough from B to actually win? And on top of that, is it enough from B to win and then continue along here?
What a tense moment here. B seems to be coming out slightly on top.
Yeah, but now the shoot and scoot happens, and you can't really chase this. Well, he should be shooting scooting.
Oh, see, like this is where the shoot and scoot is really effective.
Yeah.
No more myth units soaking up damage.
Important part. Nyan sees it. And there will be a shifting sands onto the villagers, onto the back position here. Is there enough stuff, though, for Nyan over here as these Javelineers will come over? We'll get a couple of picks, but now the army is out of position. As Najar will dive through, gets 2 hits off only versus that Wadjet, but the Pioneers will pick the rest of it off. Javelineers trying to get the damage done from the side, but there's just so many slingers here that it's looking like it's just working for Garnet. I think Garnet might just have figured it out here. He's hit the heroic age through Bagi. He will be able to go for a flaming weapons here. He's got a really nice strong army. There goes the flaming weapons as the berserks charging through here. The raiding cavalry coming in onto the back to try and prevent the retreat for the time being. There's also a Tautier to come in and get some good damage done as the raiding cavalry coming through. There goes the Drought as well, which will take the HP down by 10% as well. The Tautier onto the back line as one does end up getting eaten here. He can also use that special ability if he needs to, but it's looking like there is not going to be enough blue stuff here to win the game on this moment. Ragnarok's back up onto the gold mine in the heroic age. has himself an equal military situation here and his Frere. So he's behind a little bit on military, a tiny bit on military, but he's Frere. Go for it. Onto this side, the town center does get revealed there from Joe. Hero units coming in. There goes the Dragon Typhoon as the implode. Not going to be allowed just yet. Units getting converted into the heroes. Into the main base there comes that Dragon Typhoon to try and take out village, take out buildings. Palace over here going down as well. There will still be an implode available on the flip side, but Eric has to drop it into his main base, and Joe, these are mostly samurai. Sure, he's going to lose some units, but it's not going to be nearly all of them. Not at all. It's at 10,000 HP. Chaos onto this one. Does come down. Carnivora as well, as the destroyers doing their best to try and take this out. It goes down so fast. Avely is going to make it happen. He takes out the Titan Gate. This is huge. Huitzilopochtli Incarnate is here. The new fire ceremony does get dropped. Of course, B also sacked his own units, get himself out something, but there's two Tajiplas. Special attack coming in. It's a boost of damage for the Gardath army. As he's breaking through the center, there is still a pillar of Tlalocan to drop down on this position to help B stabilize. But he's not doing it. And in comes it now, finally. There is the Ayatochli, but that does not have much HP left. Sitting underneath this could be very, very dangerous. The town center ends up falling. The Atontan Smashers will start coming in as well. Little bits of damage to come through. Lots and lots of dead units from Garnath. Now into the center of the map. This fight, I don't know if it's quite good for Eric BR. Izumato is looking incredibly powerful here. Missing himself his actual upgrades, though. He needs that next tier of Bushido. He's still a little ways away from it. There goes a nice Valkyrie spawn to help him out, but the Juragumo is working to take that one down. Bushido tier 2 does come through, and that there is now going to be a lot of dead Ursa, and Izumato is in a commanding position here. And there goes that tornado as the Kwafu are going to move off of this gold one. This is the last little bit of gold that Magic has. He's trying his hardest to bring this game back from the brink, but he is getting pushed off of everything. He needs units over here. The one Avenger on this side is going to be some issue. Create some problems as the Lullaby does get dropped. You drop Lullaby, you go after the commoners on the back. He's trying to take a couple of units out one at a time. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, assorted members of the jury, it is finals time. 2 players remain. You win this hellish experience of a playoff gauntlet that happens every week until August the 2nd is over. And you get to sit back, relax, and start stressing about your Athens performance. Yeah, if you lose, back to it next week. Mosca, he's been sitting in the wings for about 2.5 hours now. Not really needing to do much. Suppe just played a 5-game slog of a series. He's got to back up and get things going. Clash of styles here to some degree. Mosca is incredibly solid at the moment. Fundamentally speaking, playing incredibly good with his raids, not making mistakes. Suppe, on the other hand, well, I think Suppe's been finding some incredibly powerful strategies, but he's definitely been making mistakes inside of his powerful strategies. So that's the big difference maker here. Suppe's got to lock in and make it all happen. Let's jump over to the head-to-head and see what we're going to see. Well, see what's happened in the past between these two. The last time these guys met, Suppe found the win. The time before that, Suppe found the win. And in Genesis Retold, Suppe found the win. This is a very heavily favored Suppe matchup. But Mosca's looking so good this week. He just took out Magic, who honestly looked really good as well. There was nothing between the two in their series. It just happened to be a 3-0. Well, let's take a look at the draft and see what they're going to play for game number 1 and for the rest of the series, because it's a best of 7 now. And that changes things quite a bit. Off to the draft. Well. The draft is in. The gods are picked. Our very first matchup is going to be on Budapest. But let's break down the draft and talk about exactly what's happened here. Mosca bans out Kronos and Huitzilopochtli. Suppe says, I do not believe I can beat your Poseidon. Mosca's Poseidon has a 100% win rate in this tournament. I don't think he's lost with it. And the fact that he beat one of the quote-unquote worst matchups for Poseidon against none other than I Am Magic, I can understand Suppe saying, you know what, let's just get rid of that Poseidon there. He also bans out Susanoo. John Arbit is in the chat. He is in disbelief. Just become Mosca, and you too will be able to beat Gaia. If I was a Poseidon player right now, I would study that. I would study that game down to the nth detail to understand what is going on there. All right. Mosca picks Tsukiyomi first and foremost. He loves his cavalry gods. Tsukiyomi is Poseidon 2.0 in a lot of different ways, more ways than one. Suppe then says, thank you very much. I will take Nuwa and Gaia. Mosca then takes Amaterasu and Isis. I understand the Amaterasu pick, but the Isis one that early on against Suppe, I don't think Suppe is picking Egyptian in this series. Suppe grabs himself Odin, Quetzalcoatl, two very highly prioritized picks for Suppe. Mosca then takes Zeus and Set. Suppe grabs himself Freya and Tezcatlipoca. Mosca then takes himself the Shenong and Thor. Suppe rounds out his draft with his final Chinese god, Fuxi and Loki. Mosca takes Shenong finally. I'm a little bit surprised we didn't see Suppe grabbing the Shenong. I think Shenong is in an incredibly good space or place in this current meta. I think it's an incredibly powerful god. Not what happened. Our first matchup is going to be an interesting one. Zeus versus Nuwa. The bands are the ones in red. Everything else is picked. If they've got like a sort of, I don't know, latte-ish border, that they are picked. So Zeus versus Noir is a matchup that I don't think I've seen very often. I don't think that Mosca would have played this matchup all too often unless he's been practicing versus Kavoth. Kavoth likes to play Noir on this map, I think. Or he has. There's some really... another player who played this. Izumato loves playing Noir on this map. Izumato loves the Noir. There is a really nice opening with dropping your creation, moving your villagers to both sides, building those docks, and potentially looking for an early game villager kill to boot. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is finals time. I hope you are prepared because there is a lot on the line right now. Let's jump into game number 1 on the map Budapest. Strap in. Let's check it out. It's finals time, ladies and gentlemen. Left side of the map, Mosca. Right side of the map, Husk, Suppe. Noir versus Zeus. It's the second time for Suppe to make it to the finals in this event thus far. He dropped a recon in disastrous fashion, losing 4-0. I believe this is Mosca's, correct me if I'm wrong, Twitch chat. YouTube chat. I believe this is Mosca's first final appearance. It's his first best of 7, and it's his first taste of potential Athens participation. We do see the creation getting dropped from Suppe, but I don't know what he used it on. Oh, he's got the villagers right at home, so he doesn't go for the central dock. This is very, very different. He's going for a very quick Kwafu chieftain, and I think, I could be wrong, let the games begin. That there is Mountainous Might, and this here is the Suppe Cheese Master 9000. Kwafu hero is... No, never mind. Never mind. I thought he was going to send the Kwafu forward to start harassing the villagers in here. If he gets in here fast enough and hits the gold, then guess what? Mosca can't get a temple up. Can't get to the next age. Never mind. Oh, wait. I take it back. It's not never mind. He is going for it. The Kwafu is across. He is going for it. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it wouldn't be a Suppe grand fight. He did not cheese one single time versus grass. Mountainous Might rush. And this gold mine is very, very close to getting himself the gold to get to the next stage. But following that, he has to go to a different gold mine. Now, there are other gold mines over here, for example. And in comes the Boulders of Doom. Oh, God, the Kwafu does so much damage. The villager's pulling off the temple. He might be able to deny the temple. Mosca is going to need to micro very, very well here. Good dodge from Mosca. Dodging everything. In comes the boulders. He hits one. There's no ballistics here. There's no... Oh, he hits 2. He hits 3. The temple is denied for the time being. More villagers are going to make their way over here. He hits... No, misses. Going after another one. Tries to hit that next one. And the villagers are safe. They... Whoop, no, they're not. This is too much. Soup has got 700 food in the bank after this. His temple is on the way, and we will see a silo coming down as Soup says, thank you very much for your gold mine. I will start mining that right away. Hermes is on. Another Kwafu! Are you kidding me? Another Kwafu! Mosca can only chop straggler trees here. He is in a complete disarray at the start. Another Kwafu. Please put a wall down. Put a wall down. Put a wall down. Put a wall down here. Oh, this is... I mean, what else could you expect from someone like Soup? This is what you expect from him. He gets a mill pick. He gets a mill pick. Hermes is about to be in, however, and this Kwafu is not safe. He could drop a dock down on this side if he wants to create some real pressure. We got a market coming down from Mosca to try and get himself out a Heracles or something here. Altu is about to hit this Kwafu, will go down. Pioneer's coming through, however. He does get the how-to in. Where will... Oh, Pioneer's going after this. Where will everything go from here as the Kwafu leaves? Gonna try and keep everyone alive here with some big boulders of destruction to come down. Turns onto the Jason. Villagers quickly returning back over onto the gold mine. Mosca is not out of the woodwork just yet. Watchtowers comes through and Soup, well, he's got to get out of here. I do not know who has come out in front on this. Soup isn't done just yet. A military camp with potential for a tower attachment is the next play for Soup in his crazy world of playing this new War god. In it comes, of course, you can move Mosca back up to the top. It's not the end of the world for Mosca. Mosca can also attempt to just charge in and kill this off. The Kwafu does how much damage? Okay, it has a bonus of how much? Okay. It's 4x. And it does 4.8 crush per second. Holy moly. All right. The military camp will be up. The villagers move around onto this side. Soup might attempt to move around here and push off of this position. Behind this, Soup literally has 1,000 food in the bank. And he finally decides to bring his Kwafu back. This military camp will not be able to push off of this wood line after all. We do see the villager coming over and saying, all right, maybe we can get some fishing ships in here. There's the pioneers charging forward. They will get greeted by a couple of Toxotes. And, well, we have a very strange game. We have a Zeus player who would normally have all the advantage going right now. We have a new WoW player who is now about to go heroic age. He wants his Gormang in. He's greeted pretty hard for everything. And there is also an earth wall that could potentially get dropped and catch those Toxotes out. Got more fishing ships coming up onto this side to claim all of this. Soup can grab the food over, fish onto that bottom side as well. But this is just too much for me. This is literally just too much for me. Mosca, I think he's fine now. I think he got out of the position. I think he's okay. But he's in such a strange spot now that any type of game plan that he might have had means nothing. The Kwafu hero... throw those boulders, and he could get ballistics for the Kwafu hero. That changes everything, no? His Kwafu hero is very, very low on the HP, though. That's the problem. But Soup also can just abandon this, wander up here, put a ballet down, and all of this pressure is going to be dissipating very, very quickly. Tao Wu comes through Into the middle he comes with his ballet, secures a gold mine. This peasant going to be returning in onto this side. Ballistic still a little ways away for the Supinator, but once it's in, the scary Quafu will be a menace. We do see Dionysus, so Mosca is back onto his game plan. He wants that Dionysus. He wants to make the Hydra. He wants to put pressure on. He didn't lose any fishing spots, but he didn't fight for any fishing spots either. Main base going down. As Soup. Where to next? Does he go Mythic Age? No. White Horse Cav and the raids. That's the next moment. Walls coming up, all up onto the top here from Mosca, protecting himself from those White Horse Cav raids. And another stable to come down. Of course, the wall that's up here from the early game, you could just go straight through that as the Tao Wu dives forward. Prevents the stable from finishing, and Soup is out of here for the time being. More eco on the way. More Quafu on the way. Did he get the upgrade for these guys? No. Up here, stables aplenty, and Prodromus will be coming through. Soup needs to be really keyed into the fact he's playing versus a Hermes, Dionysus, Zeus here, which does feel strange. The same things apply to Poseidon that also apply to Zeus here. Prodromus, Hippias, you need to make Halberdier. The Sky Lantern coming in will reveal the Prodromus, and Halberdier are now on the way for Soup. Mosca, the big problem that he's got is how does he push this? How does he push anything else when there's going to be a forest protection? There's still not this earth wall placed, which is surprising me. I feel like an earth wall getting clicked up onto this side, maybe around the ballet, maybe around this house, maybe around the main town center, could have been a nice way to just shut everything down here. Soup's got so many resources yet again. After such an insanely strong early game here, military camps coming up, and we see more in the way of Halberdier. He does have his upgrade for the gold, so that gold should start coming in very, very fast. He could also sell some food if he wants to. And his market is going to be going down. A little bit of value here. Soup can just put the market back up if he wants to. And the main base is under attack. And Mosca is trying to make something happen here as another Hydra on the way. Soup behind this doesn't yet have himself the all-important Imperial Academy. Sages, Jiangxia. I've been seeing Mosca getting so much value out of one Hydra, two Hydras, especially inside of this Zeus. I don't... Surely we don't see a Mythic Age here from Soup. Can he please just build some units? He's about to get attacked. Now the Halberdier are coming through. He sees the army. Loses two White Horse Cav. There's also going to be some Petrobolus on the way to maybe hit the main base. In comes Heavy Cav. Onto the back there, Thracian horses as well. Main base going to be under attack. There's no villagers here. They're all floating on the backside. More Halberdier. More White Horse Cav. There goes the ballet with that forest protection, but the Petropolis is now hitting it. A town center on the back for Soup. Meanwhile, these Hippias, well, they aren't necessarily going to be able to win these fights as the White Horse Cavalry will chase those down. The attack still mounting up onto this position. There is a very, very scary bronze from Mosca. Do we see the Imperial Academy when you see two Hydras? Looks like the answer is... He's attacking without the Heavy Horse Cav? The answer is no. Charges forward, loses the Tao Wu. More Halberdier on the way. The military differential right now is absolutely insane. 5.2k to 2.5k. In comes the Terracotta Riders. Suppe says it's time to fight. Bronze gets dropped down. And Suppe's sitting here. He needs to run. The Hydra up to 2 heads. One Hydra might go down here. It's still got... There it goes. Ballet will survive, but for just a little bit longer. Fighting underneath this forest protection is always scary. But there's just so much military for Mosca. The front line falling to the Halberdier, however, as the Pioneers trying to get in to finish off this final Hydra. Good garrison micro from Suppe, but the bronze is now done. Wafu turning. There's not much remaining here. He's got still so many resources to be producing, but he doesn't have a ballet now, so he needs to start making javelin here to deal with these Toxotes. Suppe will retreat. He does have the town center advantage for the time being. Now no bronze, but Mosca, incredibly smart. Why go for a crazy push when we can just get that Hephaestus in? He found a huge amount of advantage with that bronze push. And now what happens next? The 1 HP Dream Hydra does so much damage here. Just taking out buildings, so much damage. Look at that 36 crush. 60 hack damage a second. As behind this, Suppe desperately just trying to get himself out an army. He's still got this earth wall. Mind you, he's going to be making some Javelineers, and another ballet will come down onto the back here. But Hephaestus is now in. And take a look at the armory situation for Mosca. He hasn't gotten a single bronze upgraded piece of armor. He is going to be full iron very, very quickly. The military buildings, they are buying Suppe a lot of time here, but I don't know what he's going to be getting from it is the thing. Javelineer pushes forward. Hydra finally gets taken out as the houses down. Suppe says it's time to attack, but he's got to be so careful. Mosca will control those Toxotes impeccably well. Behind this now, town center up for Mosca, and the Plenivolt will kind of erase the villager differential. Not really. Almost. Kind of add 10 to the thing here, 57 to 67. Meanwhile, right side of the map, Wafu on this gold mine, and some very scary Hippias are after this. Does Suppe see it? No. Does Mosca see it either? No. But yes, he does. He is coming in, and a third town center up onto this side as the raids are hitting both players at once. Suppe does realize he's going to be pulling back those Kwafu into his main base. 1 villager down, 2 villager down, 3 villagers down. Plenivolt gets dropped. The Kwafu for Suppe dive into the town center. And onto this position, Halberdier getting that good damage done. Advantage here now for Suppe on the attack as the Hippias aren't close. Those Javelineers are going to be doing a lot of good damage. The town center on the left is going to be finishing though. And now we see the incredibly powerful Bellerophon on the way. Suppe charging into the main base, trying to make something happen on the backside here though. We've got a lot of Hippias though. The Kwafu say, do I care about your Hippias? Yes, he's going to be losing 1, but the Kwafu are going to take out every other Hippias up onto this side. There goes the Bellerophon, and ceasefire is clicked, which gives Mosca time. What time? Iron in. Town center up. Suppe is at full population finally. He's going to be going Mythic Age. He decides to go Gong Gong. I like the idea of the Gong Gong. You get access to Tiger Cav, which you need to decimate this army composition which Mosca is building. But there is a long way to go here. Colossus is literally getting tickled there by those Javelineers. Town Center coming up over onto this side. Villager gets cleaned up there as Mosca's trying to wall up the entirety of the map. Suppe pulling back into his main base as Coaffle going to move over here, put a ballet down. And Mosca, he knows that he's on somewhat of a timer here. Because if Suppe gets this Mythic Age in, gets to full iron, and starts making those terrifying Tiger Cav, he doesn't have the Athena hoplites to help out. And the Tiger Cav kill everything that he's got here. Javelineer taking out the Toxotes on the backside. Halberdiers taking out the Hippias here very, very quickly. But same too is going to be happening to the Javelineers once the Halberdier frontline falls. Suppe's Q huge. Same too for Mosca's. And Suppe here now losing his hometown center, which is going through Gong Gong. But now the cavalry come in. The Petropoli will fall. But the cavalry, I don't think they're going to be enough here to deal with all those Toxotes, as the Javelineer numbers are incredibly small. But I think Mosca, he's still got it going. But I also think that a Gong Gong is going to hit, and those Toxotes, they are going to be getting cleaned up by a big fat God Power momentarily here. Still huge amounts of Q for Suppe. He could get himself the upgrade to get those units out a little bit faster, but that's not what he wants. 6k military resources right now to 2k. As the Havoc in the main base is well and truly getting set here. In comes the Mythic Age. And there is only one usage, and that is to send those... How did they get out there? Was that from the berry bush? I've never seen that. Lots of units still remaining, and that did not help out Suppe in the slightest. Halberdier coming through. Do we see the Tiger Cav on the way? It looks like the answer is no. Mosca is getting further and further in front. This push is doing so much damage here. On the backside, Town Center getting taken out. Suppe not able to beat this army of Mosca. And after, I don't know if you could consider it a success, but it wasn't a failure. An insane early game. Mosca comes out on top with his Zeus on Budapest. A terrifying game here from Mosca, though. A perfect reaction. Dropped only one villager to that villager rush from Suppe. Well, that's it there. First game in the books. And a big sigh of relief for Mosca to get through the first of what might be many cheeses coming his way. Let's jump back to the draft and see what happens for game number 2. Well, the players said, let's get ourselves these water maps out of the way right away, as Isis and Frere will be coming in onto the map Mirage. Okay. Cheese number 2. I'm going to call it. Asgardian Hillfort in your face. 3-minute advance, Asgardian Hillfort in your face. Surely. Okay. Suppe might calm down. He has to win one of these water maps. He absolutely has to win one of these 2 water maps. He picked Noir for the Budapest. That's a high priority pick for him. He's picked Frere for the Mirage. Another high priority pick for him. Mosca, on the other hand, he's actually thrown in 2 of his lower priors here. This is his 2nd round pick in Isis and 3rd round pick in Zeus. Now the question is going to be exactly what does Suppe want to do. Now Suppe sometimes gets into his own head in these types of matchups. Isis is a terrifying god when left to her own devices, but Frere is a more terrifying god when left to his own devices. He doesn't have to go full crazy mode to beat the Isis here. If he is indeed scared of a Thoth type idea, Bragi always is sitting there for Freyr. It's really, really good versus Isis. Isis wants to go for Elephant, with Thoth wants to go for Chariot Archers, doesn't really want to build barracks units, at least doesn't want to build Axemen if she can help it, which leaves the Herdman to get a lot of value, the Huskarl to help out as well. Speed coming in from that Servants of Glory tech through Ulla too onto those Herdmen. It's an option, but it's a tough pill to swallow to give up A-gear in this matchup as Freyr. For Isis, you're kind of rolling the dice a little bit here on having a really nice second town center. You could go for early barracks units and try and put pressure on. We'll see what Mosca's plan is going to be here. He's been very adamant to pick these Egyptian. He's had so much success with them through this tournament. But a lot of the times, it's been looking shaky. I'm not going to lie. Let's jump into game number 2 here, ladies and gentlemen. In onto the map, Mirage. Off we go. And in onto the map, Mirage, we spawn. Right side of the map, Mosca, playing as Isis. Left side of the map, Suppe, playing as Freyr. We're not going to see anything crazy here. Damn it. I was kind of hoping we'd see the hill fort rush. Pretty disgustingly strong with the gold mine spawn like this. Of course, Suppe doesn't know that that's the case. So maybe he does. Maybe you do. Anyways. Let's check out the relics. Oh, is that priest there going to look for an obelisk just to double check and make sure he's not getting cheesed? All right, we got the Hecate's torch on the left. That's a big relic pickup for Suppe to help him out with Asgardian Bastion spammage and also potentially second Tempests and things like that. Onto the right side, Chariot of Sibel. Nice early game relic for whomever wants to pick it up. Over onto this side, we've got that Ptah's Scepter there. Not the most important. Tons of hunt on this map. Probably not going to farm anytime soon. We do have the Feather of Jingwei here with the wood trickle. On top of this, there is a impeccable town center on this side of the map for Mosca. Elephant. Gold mine. For Suppe as well, he's got himself this position too. He's also got the town center on this right side if need be, which can be really nice to secure these positions. The obelisk is simply just going to get set up around the main town center of Suppe while this all goes on. As Mosca happily just getting his fishing ship started. Going to be dropping his temple shortly, I'm sure. And getting off to a nice start here in this game. Only 3 villages on wood. You don't really need more than 3 to have a consistent fishing ship production. On the flip side, you need a lot more on wood as the Norse, because you need to build things which cost wood. Nonetheless, wait, is Suppe up to no good? I thought he might drop a temple on the front here, but I think he's building another berserk to get a temple into his main base. It's going to be a dock onto this side. I think it is. He doesn't have to drop it straight away. You can start the temple first and then pop this dock in. But some cheeky shenanigans to start the game off with. There is the obelisk in from Mosca. Doesn't quite see this. There was a time here in this... There was a time here where Anubis from Isis and Set, mostly Set on Mirage, And they would click Vision and just drop Plague of Serpents onto the fishing ships for a little bit of early game value. The Suppe kind of looks like he's almost role-playing a little bit of Chronos here as the monument to the village is coming up onto this side, protecting this town center. Pickaxe on the way as well. I'd be very surprised if Mosca doesn't go for a town center in this situation. But 2 docks up for Suppe. And yes, he's going to be able to put some pressure onto this. Actually here, with only having 3 villages on wood, he's going to be able to do a lot more than just put pressure onto this water. I think he might be able to find a victory here. House going up onto this side for Mosca. As the Anubis is in. And the Berserk will attempt to escape here, but will get spotted by Mosca. And he definitely does a double take there to see what's going on. Did he see the monument? No. The town center is on the way. As now Suppe can make some decisions. Forward Asgardian Bastion. Obviously an idea. Is the Berserk going to try and take out the villager? But with that priest healing, it's very, very difficult. In fact, it's impossible, it seems. Mercer's trying to charge across the map here, but 22 seconds remaining, and the Golden Lions is what we say in the business is too much to deny a town center. Behind this, though, Dreki and Longboat coming through. Mosca can dive onto this wood line. It's not the biggest of issues here. He can build some units straight away if need be as the Nubite comes in. So we'll be through to defend. And Mosca's got to be a little bit careful here. Wait, Suppe went for Forest? I totally missed that. He went Freya. Really? Some light pressure onto the water right now. He went Freya. You can obviously burn this forest. He can't burn this one. Well, he can actually, maybe he can. You can burn it up onto this side, I guess. Town center on the right as a response. Does get spotted by Mosca, and Mosca can drop Plague of Serpents down here if he wants to. That does give a bit of favor over onto the Suppe side of things, so it might not be the best of ideas. The only thing that I'm worried about here for Suppe is if he goes Freya, what? You don't get that Servants of Glory, which means the Herpmen don't get the slight boost of speed, which does mean they're a little bit less effective. Normally, when you do it with Thor or Loki, you've got Forseti. And that feels good. And onto this side, Valkyrie versus Anubite shenanigans. Suppe charging up onto this top position. Pharaoh there. You don't want to turn and attack the Anubite because it can just run to the Pharaoh, get healed up, and the Valkyrie sits there not being able to get that same type of service. As in comes those Dreki, the priest on the back trying to make things nice for him. A couple more cabinets come out as Suppe will continue his attack here. He gets a lot of favor from this. The other thing that you get with Freya, which isn't really utilized very often, but is very strong, is if you go Bragi, you can get 7.2 speed Valkyrie. So Thundering Hooves plus the Thurizaz rune, which is pretty scary for anyone to deal with. Suppe continuing to apply pressure here. Plague of Serpents now getting dropped. I think that's what Suppe wanted. Get that God Power out, and then he can sit onto the back and play a slow amount of damage to take out the fish over, or not the fish, the serpents, and get some favor back there as well. As in comes the Mosca units yet again. Mosca needs to be careful not to feed this favor in as the dragon ship's just cleaning everything here beautifully. All longboats on the way. Walls coming up all over the place over here as well. Slowly starting to get things locked up. And I mean, naturally here, just grabbing a third town center probably wouldn't be a terrible idea for Mosca either. As the longboats still just happily getting tons and tons of favor in. Like you go, this is a lot of investment from Suppe, right? To win 9 fishing ships worth of eco. It is. It's a huge amount of investment from Suppe. But the fact of the matter is, he is getting eco from it. So it doesn't even matter. And Mosca, he doesn't want to give up this position. So Mosca is spamming out Navy, which is incredibly, for lack of a better word, balanced. You've got no real advantages here outside of just having more stuff. And Suppe is just going to continue getting himself favor. He's going to be able to use that later for whatever he wants, whether it's Battle Boar or anything else. Valkyrie, like I said, Rock Giant, Fafnir, if it goes there. More God Power drops. The big thing, though, for Mosca is he's now up through Sobek, which will mean he gets a Leviathan through. But one Leviathan, I don't think it's going to be enough to really help out on this push, on this problem on the water. There goes the Leviathan. I wouldn't be surprised to see an extra one getting dropped out immediately as another fishing ship gets built. Gold Lion just checking things out, but the third town center is up. Great Halls getting dropped down. Lots of Great Halls, actually, and Longhouses, but you've got to be thinking this is probably going to be Camel Riders. We see a pretty greedy Sun-Dried Mudbrick while sitting on the front gold mine. Gets away with it. Gold Villagers on the back. No walls set up over here just yet, so those Camel Riders will come in furiously to get some damage. And we have seen time and time again Mosca getting a lot of value out of Locust swarming with his Camel Rider raids. And behind this, a very slow heroic fleet to come through, but come through nonetheless. I don't think he needs it, to be honest. I don't imagine we're going to see another Leviathan coming in. Raiding Cavalry going to get built out. Aegir is pre-queued, but Suppe isn't close to being able to get that in. And I mean, it has to be Camel Rider for Mosca right off the bat. He might go for a Mythic Age here. In comes the Locust Swarm. Huge damage onto the villagers. I said it already. I might have cursed Suppe a little bit, but Mosca so good with this Locust Swarm. And now there's a gigantic villager lead for Mosca in this game. The villagers will move back over onto the gold here. More Dreki coming in to continue putting the pressure onto this. Another Migdol stronghold up onto this side as Suppe will get sent packing. And Thoth is pre-queued for Mosca. So all this pressure onto this position has netted Suppe a pretty decent amount of favor. But he is somewhat stuck in this classical age. I do want to see him go for Bragi here. Because he needs to get the Swine Array tech for those Herdmen to deal with either Elephant or deal with the Camel Riders. With that prosperity coming in, huge gold income for Mosca as well. Balls will slowly come up onto this side. So the Rock is just chilling, making sure it sees everything. And Suppe, he is going Aegir. So no Herdmen, no Super Herdmen to deal with the Super Elephant that are coming or the Super Camel Riders that are coming. The one thing Suppe has going for him is 6 Great Halls, 3 Longhouses. Probably needs more of that. 3 Town Centers, so he will catch up on the villager count. That being said, Thoth gives a sort of inherent boost of about 10 villages until you're at full population with that Valley of the Kings. Now the wall's going up all over the place. And Suppe wasn't able to finish the walls up on this bottom side. And another town center as well from Mosca. And it is going to be Heavy Elephant. Raiding Cavalry coming in. There will be one Vilpick. While this is going on, an attack onto the water. He's pushed Mosca off of the fish. So where the Valley of the Kings is going to... Losing the Raiding Cavalry here. Where the Valley of the Kings is going to be a nice boost of eco. Well, Suppe has shut down a bit of a boost of eco from Mosca. There will be, of course, the War Turtle getting spawned for free to defend. And this next part of this game is going to be very telling. How much value will this meteor get? Defensive meteors, not that strong. Offensive meteors, well, they are a different kettle of fish. So playing a little bit of a ring around the gate there as he pulls back. He sees the Camel Riders coming in. Herdman are getting queued up. Now he's in the heroic age. He can start thinking about Jarls to deal with the Axemen. Herdman to deal with anything else that's going to be coming through. The Rock simply flying in. And I think this is probably the worst usage of Meteor. If he wants to drop this down on the town center, you're so happy to lose a town center to Meteor. Over on this side, there's a lot of buildings here. That's much more damage to come in, but still, I don't think that that's what Mosca wants to use this on. And he doesn't. At least not yet. In comes Tusks of Apatomak. In comes Conscript Migdol. In comes Champion War Elephants. For the moment, heavy infantry is going to take a long time to come through. The Goaty are in. They can take out the Phoenix quickly, but Soup needs to pay attention to that. Herser pulling away. Axemen do get some damage done, as we will see. The Meteor on the way. Soup needs to back up, but he is going to take a small amount of damage as the Meteor just falling in love with those 3 units on the bottom. Houses going down, and that Meteor, well, he rolled the dice on it. That Meteor was not value in the slightest there. One Goaty and a Dream versus this Phoenix. As the Dwarves getting taken down quickly. It is an equal villager differential at the moment as the Goaty take out the Phoenix. Up onto this side though, town center under attack. There is access to a Gullenbursty and access to a Tempest here, which probably should be getting dropped down as Soup coming through. Will we see it? He drops the taunt onto the Axemen. Herdman bringing themselves over onto those War Elephant. They'll take him out quickly. There goes the Tempest. Any type of Gullenbursty here to clean everything else up? No, doesn't need it. Holding on to it for later. More elephants on the way though. But I'll be honest, I think Bragi here would have been a way better call. He would have won that fight regardless. And he would have had even stronger Herdman. But up onto the top side, raids coming through here as Soup needs something on the left side and the right side to help him hold on in this game. Berserk's doing well. Herdman doing well. Raiding Cavalry can come in and clean up those Chariot Archers. Chariot Archers are no good without Micro, as they will go down quickly to the Herdman regardless. Behind this, there's 200 favor. Rock Giants are a must build for Soup at the moment. Champion Chariot Archers come through. Mosca is technically on a timer here in this game. The longer this game goes on, the further or the harder it is to actually kill off this Frere into a point where the units just become insanely strong. Now Soup is trying to make a decision between whether he wants to go Mythic Age or spam units out, and he does decide the spammage of units is going to be the way to go. Herdman charging forward. They'll take down those elephants relatively quickly, but he has to get onto that backline. There is the Forest Fire available here if you want to drop that for a pretty decent amount of damage there. The rare elephant raids down onto the bottom. Villagers finishing on this gold mine. They can move on to the gold mine to the bottom there too. Soup's got idle villagers everywhere at the moment. Struggling to survive versus this timing, but Mosca is hit. Elephant over here. He can do nothing but convert into Berserks, and Berserk conversion he does. The Forest Fire is still available here, but Soup will tap out. And that there is game 2 for Mosca. It's a very, very good start from Suppe in this game, but I feel like he just fell to pieces after the Thoth spammage pain train started up. One thing you have to remember is if you can prevent fighting versus the Isis, that Valley of the Kings is no longer a threat. Of course, he's going to push, so you don't need to attack into the Thoth. You don't have to attack into the Isis. It slowly falls off as the game goes on. So fighting underneath hill forts, playing defense, that's the way to go here. But Suppe doesn't really do that, and he can't stabilize after the Mythic Age spike. And that there is game 2 in the books, as Mosca is 2 wins from his ticket to Athens. Let's drop back to the drafting menu and see what game 3 is going to look like. All right, game 3. Amaterasu versus Quetzalcoatl. What's the map? The map is Elysium. All right. All right, guys. We got about 2 minutes. We're off into the next game. I don't know a whole lot about this specific matchup. Amaterasu, I don't know. Quetzalcoatl, I don't know. I'd love to give you some wild take, but we'll see. Mosca is looking so strong at the moment. Suppe is on his Quetzalcoatl, which he's had a lot of success with. But, I mean, there's just so many ways that this can go wrong for you versus the Amaterasu. So he's got to be patient. He's got to not take any crazy fights and see what's going to be happening. All right. Well, Tunison says, I think this is going to be a quick 4-0. Well, it's looking that way. First game was pretty close, to be honest. I think that with a little bit more clean play from Suppe, it could have gone the other way. Second game as well. I think Suppe just got a little bit flustered against the timing. But this just looks out. Whenever Suppe loses, it looks, how do I put this? It just looks like it's such a disastrous loss when he loses. But when he wins, it looks like a masterpiece. So you can never relax versus Suppe, because he has the potential to pull both things out very, very quickly. All right, guys, we're going in onto the map Elysium. Let's check it out. Where is Elysium? Off to the races we go. In the right-hand corner of the map, we've got Mosca playing as Amaterasu. And in the left-hand corner of the map, we have Suppe as Quetzalcoatl. The map is Elysium. It is now currently 2-0 for Mosca. We've seen Suppe fall in the finals once before to Recon. It was a 4-0. This series is looking similar with the start. Mosca, I wouldn't say clean wins, but 2 solid wins. So the question is here, can Suppe figure out what's going wrong for him in this game, in this series, and clean it up? Because he is getting good positions. This is not like Mosca is just pushing early and dominating early. No. Suppe is getting good positions, and Mosca is playing incredibly well to find wins where that's concerned. The early temple coming up from Mosca. He actually doesn't go for... Wait, did he not? He doesn't go for the Kagura technology here. A little bit surprising there. Normally you see people grabbing that Kagura technology. That pops out, and then you get this... Well, your second Miko pops out when that completes, and then you get yourself another temple. Into this top side, Kitsune from Mosca, searching around. There's a pretty nice back town center here. And same too is true for Mosca. Back Gazelle, kind of close second gold mine. This gold mine's looking much, much closer though. It might just be my craziness going on, but... And in comes Patakatl, Minakatatomi. No real surprises on the minor god choice. Maybe Huehue with the fast heroic in for the Eagle Warriors could be an option. Don't really have a great response to that as Japan outside of making Shinobi, which means you also have to go to the mythic age. Oh, sorry, heroic age. In comes the Kagura tech. In comes the Miko. Up comes the shrine, and this is going to be the Shrine of the Hunt, which will protect his gold mine from any types of early game pressure, raids, and all the other good stuff.
Nani?
Harmonious necklace picked up for Mosca as well, and I guess from here he's going to look over onto this one, but Chocolatl goes into the hands of Suppe as the Miko is not allowed that success there. This is a big relic to be picking up. 4% extra HP on everything. I mean, it doesn't seem like that much. Like only 4%. I mean, that's the difference between dying in, let's just say, 5 hits versus dying in 6 hits, which ends up being quite a lot in an actual fight. The warrior priests and bunny rabbits making their way out across the map as a shrine has been spotted. But here's the thing. I've seen this before. These type of early attacks with the warrior priests get met by Naginata riders. And of course, the Naginata riders at the moment don't have the advantage, but soon they will. And the Mosca Shrine might get taken down, but this is a lot of risk without any... Oh, now the spearmen are coming in, though. That's exactly what Suppe needs. He definitely needs those Thalmani spearmen. Otherwise, he's going to have some problems here. And there comes the problems. The Naginata riders are more than happy to trade a little bit of HP for Bushido. Miko gets the heals in. We've got a samurai through as well. Now, the warrior priests are pretty good, actually, at taking out the samurai. One spearman here is going to be scary, though. It's just one, but it's scary. As the priests see the one Yudo and they go, I want to kill it. Not able to do so, but there is the Kusanagi there to take out as well. As the bunny rabbit on top of the samurai. Not able to take that down, but tiny little bits of Bushido on the way. Suppe behind here. Just a little bit of issues with the food. He moves on to his forward Kalpuli situation here. And, I mean, this has been something that he was punished for doing against grass. There's no protection on this position. And I'm sure Mosca is going to be heading over there. Any spearmen on this position? Answer, no. I mean, one option is to drop the tree down just so he can turn around and shank and fight, and then all that other good stuff as the units will pull back for the defense. We've got another Galbuli coming up onto this side. I don't like the idea of splitting villages up when you're playing against Cav. And Mosca, he very much... Ooh, I don't know if he was paying attention. He's checking out the back hunt here. But I don't think Suppe was paying attention either here. Now the Naginata Riders completely miss the hunt into the main base. They go. Armory coming up as the Kalpuli Lumber Outpost will get a little bit of damage done, but that is a dead villager. And that is a nice find from Mosca. Mosca as well going to be thinking about his own heroic age. He wants Rai Jin, as the villagers do need to actively run from those Naginata Riders, otherwise they'll get a couple pokes off and just run away. And again, this villager might be worthwhile just bringing it back home. Koyol Zhaokui is actually the god of choice here for Suppe. That might be a little bit offbeat. Normally we've been seeing the other option with the Earth Monster and the String of Hearts and things like that, but this here will give access to the Shorn one for very, very cheap. You get that Koyol Zhaokui's stone, makes everything really cheap. And the upgrades, we're going to have some noble huts coming through as well. Suppe for the moment is not pre-queued or not auto-queued villagers in his town center. This is something that haunts every top player. Oh no. Literally haunts every top player. And he doesn't start the villagers back up. He is bringing his villagers back. He might notice the town center not training villagers. Let's click this temple. He wants his stone. Alternatively, he could just be going... No, there's no way he just goes full all in here, right? Walls up onto this side. The villagers start. The villagers start. It's okay. Everyone calm down. Everyone calm down. Eagle Warrior. Spearman. And a slow and steady race for what? He got the stone, but he didn't put a great temple down. Mosca is slowly expanding out, going to get himself his gold mine. No problems. You know, the reason we bring up the auto queue on the town center, the villages, is you've just seen so many games, so many tournament games just end in ruin. I think I've seen one game where someone forgot to build it. Forgot to build villages and managed to win. And that's just because, well, it was a full all-in, full population attack, so to speak. Naginata Riders coming back out again. The turtle from this Mosca Amaterasu is so tight, but it is allowing Suppe quite a bit of play here as he's going to be going up for the Sensen Huitsnahua, which obviously is a very, very big upgrade for his Starfall. Sits middle over here, just searching around for stuff, but there's nowhere to raid. We're going to see a Mythic Age? What's the plan here? Where's the Great Temple? maybe Soup's plan is mass myth units. He's getting himself this technology here for penance. I can't say that other word. That's too hard. Mass Tsitsa middle as an idea here with a big sacrifice and a crazy all-in. We've got the Hanya Mask coming in, more units coming through. It's going to be Shinobi. It's going to be all that other good stuff. Is now the Great Temple is on the way. And then one thing here, because Soup isn't applying pressure, Mosca not applying pressure, this Bushido is ticking in very, very slowly. Bushido tier 2 is now through, but ticking in very, very slowly. No fighting, no Bushido, no Tonali, no free favor. The Agave Bloom almost getting finished up. The gold mine in the main base almost getting finished up. And here's the big problem for Soup to overcome and think about. Mosca, he is sitting back massing units. Soup here, he is sitting back considering a Mythic Age. He's pre-queued it. There is a big timing coming his way. There's always one unit to be worried about. There's 3 Raiju. There's 4 on the Musha. And Mosca, he doesn't know this for certain. But Tlaloc on the way. A little bit of pressure with the Eagle Warriors. You don't want to get too out of position with this. This is like playing with Chariot Archers and raiding. You don't really want to do that with the Eagle Warriors. Especially not with the 6.1 speed Raiju out either. Still more units coming in. Even if Soup gets this Tlaloc in, he still needs to get an army out. I don't know if Pillar of Tlalocan is going to be enough, though we can potentially just drop it on the main base, cause mass problems. Now, in comes Tlaloc. Onto the back, Market coming up. Agave Bloom still has a little bit of food remaining. This big army of Mosca is ready for action. And Soup, he is sitting back saying, come at me, good sir. Now, of course, there will be both the Starfall and this huge Thunderburst coming in. Soup drops down the Tailwind to try and get out of here. He does manage to do so. Lots of units low HP for the moment as the Great Temple is going to be getting targeted down. Losing that Great Temple does mean no Sean 1, which are a must build for him with all those Shinobi on the way. And has Soup's Max Greed been caught out yet again? In come Eagle Warriors. Big damage from Mosca. He's exploding out onto the map. Soup pulling back here. The Shinobi can go after the main town center. Villagers pulling off of this wood line. All the army of Soup is incredibly low HP. I mean, even if he drops the Pillar of Tlalocan in the main base to defend, those Shinobi can just kill him. And I think Soup has just been annihilated in this game, and now the town center is just going to drop. His town center gets taken out. No Mythic Age. And that there is game. As Soup taps out. And we are left wondering what would have happened had Soup just gone for a better scouting idea. He got the scout with the Eagle Warriors. He saw the army. Could have spammed Sean 1. He could have spammed out more units. He didn't have to go for this Mythic Age. He wanted it. He wanted the max greed for it. But these timings are impressive from Mosca. Mosca has come in with a ridiculously good plan for this series. He has an incredible understanding of what Soup is going for, and he is punishing every attempt that Soup is making in this game, in this series. It is now 3-0 for Mosca. Let's jump back over to the draft and see what game 4 is going to look like. Or if we're just going to be saying hello to Mosca in Athens. Alrighty. Our next game. Oops, the players are on the wrong side. Our next game is on Blue Lagoon. And this is going to be a really strange game to see for game number 4. Because Suppe is playing Gaia. Suppe is playing Gaia. This is not his god. He'll play Kronos, and he will play a Uranos, well, a Kronos style of Uranos, but you cannot do that with Gaia. Or can you? We've already seen one time Leto be incredibly effective. His qualifier final has been really one-sided. Yeah, that's kind of been the case. I do have that feeling for sure. Well, Suppe's performed one reverse sweep today. Maybe he's going to be able to make it happen again. Who knows? Has the World Cup final started yet? Have they actually done the kickoff? Or are we still waiting on that one? Still pre-game show? It has started. Oh, sorry, guys. Alrighty. Game 4. Shenong versus Gaia on Blue Lagoon. Could be the last game or could be the start of the most epic reverse sweep you've ever seen. Let's jump into Blue Lagoon. Well, ladies and gentlemen, a strange one for game 4. One of these players is not on a god that I've seen him play very much of, and it's not Mosca. I've seen Mosca playing quite a bit of Shenong. That player is Mr. Ace's Husk Suppe. And Suppe is doing something that makes me very, very excited. The oracles are coming out. And the favor spam begins. We did see this. Who played this? I saw it very recently. I think it was versus Shenong, and it might have also been versus Suppe as well. No, it was Matador. Was it Matador versus Grass? I can't even remember.
Herr Joe's?
Mana coming down. Pioneer trying to scout things out. Sees the really early temple. I think Mosca knows what's coming already. Here are Oracles already getting converted as Tawara taught his last arrow to come in to add insult to injury there for how much difficulty the early game is in this matchup. Those are some really powerful Terma that are going to be smacking away at Pioneers and getting a lot of value versus some other stuff like the Javelin is as well. There's also tail feathers of heaven, though, on the bottom side of the map. The big thing here for Mosca, I have a feeling that if you see Leto, it's more than okay to just stay one town center, rush for a heroic age. And then I think you're in a much better spot than going for a far second town center or something like that, because you get Fey Beasts, you get out the Zhangxia, you get out potential Sages. Maybe that's an option here for Mosca. You also get the Super Dao Swordsman, that you can actually kill off the Automaton as well. I haven't seen anyone trying that, but that might be an idea. And Leto, now on the way. Soup did cancel the villages again. I can't understate it, but if you ever cancel villages to put an advance time in, as soon as you click the advance, the next action needs to be to start villages again. Without question. My poor heart can't take this anymore. Okay, the villages are starting. It's fine. Oracles are under attack. There are 5 of them. Potentially also 6 coming in. Lots and lots and lots of favor income for the moment here. So, tiny bits of value to come in from Mosca as he charges forward. We will see an immediate counter barracks into the main base here. A military camp from Mosca. So he wants to play somewhat of a one town center defense here in the classical age. As the spider eggs coming down on this position. Not going to be spotted by Mosca, but the entrance into the Soup base is going to be very, very difficult. Over on this side, the Sky Lantern sees the oracles from Soup. Javelineers on the way. Now the counter barracks on the way. Now, I've seen many Leto failings. You really have to know the ins and outs of automaton spam to make this work, to understand. If your opponent is playing one town center, you got to be patient. If he's playing 2 TC, it's time to get aggressive. For the moment here, Mosca has his military camp up. He is building himself Wuzu Javelineers in the main base. As the Pioneer's Sky Lantern spots that Oracle yet again as the Yatsa is searching around for oracles to take out. More Terma are coming through. He can charge forward, drop Spider Lair here. Potentially drop Spider Lair over onto this side. The Yatsa from Mosca coming straight up onto this side. The Oracle here for Soup. Looks like that's going to be first blood. And Soup drops a cheeky little Spider Lair on the back here. And the Wuzu Javelineer are going to be coming through. Automatons need to pull back. And Soup's still looking for a lot of pressure here. I'm scared for Soup here, but also on the flip side, Mosca, he wants to get a heroic agent. I'm not surprised about this. This makes a lot of sense. One town center, semi-fast heroic against the automaton spam. Soup's not going to be able to get a lot of value here. Javelineer control there from Mosca, incredibly effective, incredibly powerful. And, well, I've seen this a million times. How is Soup going to deal with Fey Beasts? The most simple of answers to this type of play. Soup charges forward, picks off one Pioneer. The armory is up. And Rushol is queued in. Automatons get a little bit of damage done. Got to be careful. Of course, they don't really take much damage here. at all. In comes Channels. The Yahtzee is continuing to hunt these oracles, though. Suppe, he's got 2 more queued up behind everything as the Terma charge forward. They will kill off a lot of these units. A lot of those Javelineers are falling as the military camp is slowly getting taken out. Onto this backside. Oracle number, I think, how many? He's killed 2. Oracle kill number 3 coming in there for Mosca's Yahtzee. That's just 1 Yahtzee. That's kind of brutal. Another Oracle over here going to get caught as Suppe has to garrison into his manor. Garrison onto the other side as well as say goodbye to Yahtzee number, well, kills 3, but Yahtzee number 1. Imperial Academy going to come up. Now, Suppe doesn't have to keep building automatons here either, but he does have to be aware that a heroic age is coming and Fey Beasts will literally just get dropped right onto these units, and all of those Terma are going to be dying. Literally all of the Terma are going to be... You got to turn and fight it. You can't run. You have to turn and fight it. The automatons are dying. And Mosca has absolutely dominated this early stage of the game with a hard counter to the automaton ways of Suppe here. And all the Terma die, and I think Mosca, I mean, he's just gonna take it. Suppe doesn't want any more. He didn't read the heroic age coming in, and maybe an early tap out, but a tap out nonetheless from Suppe as a 4-game series win for Mosca. Congratulations, where congratulations are due. Dominated from start to end. I think he went undefeated. Completely undefeated in this playoff. This was some incredibly clean Age of Mythology from start to end. Doing it with his favorite Poseidon, doing it with the Greeks when people are saying Greeks are bad, just being an absolutely dominating machine of an Age of Mythology player. Suppe went for his strats, did not work out here. Well, we're going to jump over to the main menu and say goodbye. Well, that there is the day. Done and dusted. Another week over. We have another 2 weeks to go. So make sure you book it in. There's going to be games streamed on this channel. There's games streamed on other channels. We've got the weekend booked out as well for next week. And, yeah, I think that's going to be me done for today. Thanks, everyone, for watching. Shout out to all the support from Wolf Studios with Uros, Motaba as well behind the scenes, and everyone else who makes this thing work. But we'll see you guys later. Whistler Putchley Incarnate is here. The new fire ceremony does get dropped. Of course, B also sacked his own units, get himself out something, but there's 2 Tajiplas. Special attack coming in. It's a boost of damage for the Gardath army. As he's breaking through the center, there is still a pillar of Tlalocan to drop down on this position to help B stabilize. But he's not doing it.